Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Red Devil Experience. My name is Eric. We have the latest updates surrounding Manchester United. Apparently, we are targeting Jonathan Tah. Atlético Madrid apparently interested in Antony as well. CUNHA contract has been offered with a good wage increase from Wolves. Among some other updates, Casemiro getting his praises. Ruben Amorim talking highly about him. And some other stuff. But most important, it's Friday Freestyle. The chat, the community will dictate the show. We have a little minor updates to get through, but other than that, I'm looking forward to the discussion today because I like when the community leads the discussion. So let's see what we get. But before we start the show properly, can we please get people to smash the like button because it helps the channel grow, and it's a massive help. So please, if you can, smash the like button. If you're new and you're not a subscriber, then, if you enjoy the content, subscribe. We're trying to get to 3,000. We're on our way. That hasn't updated, but we're at 2933. I know for a fact. So if you want to help us out there, we gladly appreciate it. And if you don't have the notification bell icon, hit that so you don't miss a live, because we go live weekly and we're live after every match as well. So, that's pretty much it. But let's just get straight into the show. And let's start with something a little bit small. A little bit, not major, but I just want to start with this, because there's a lot of negativity, or there's been a lot of negativity throughout the season. It hasn't been great, and Ruben's record, in terms of the Premier League hasn't been great, and United's record hasn't been great. So I thought I'd kick off with this little stat, because I like to be positive, and, is a positive stat. And it says Ruben Amorim is the first Manchester United manager to remain unbeaten in his first 9 European matches since Sir Alex Ferguson in 1991, who had 11. And I was saying yesterday that, this is all competition this season. Europe has been very kind to Ruben. It's been very good for us as well. And he's done well in it. So, this stat just showing that, he is doing well. I know it's Europa League and it's not Champions League, but, we have done well in this competition. And that's why I feel like we really can go on and win it and actually win it. And I've been confident for, the past like 2 or 3 sort of legs now, that we can win it. And I'm still confident that we can win it. I think we're going to go and do it. We have a job next week, which is to be professional and maintain our lead, and go out there and just close the game out like we did yesterday. Just play and do what we have to do, get our job done, go, make sure we're in the final, and then when we get to the final, it's final time, and it's time for the lads to turn up and perform and get over that line and give something. I think, like Ruben said, give something to the fans. Maybe some of our fans have lost a little bit of hope, but there's a lot of our fans that, even yesterday, they traveled to Spain. It's a small section of fans in the away crowd, and you could hear them cheering. I could hear them on the TV. They were making their voices heard. So the support never really wavers. And I think the players do owe the fans around the world, something, at least something, considering that it hasn't been a great season and it's been very messy. The least they could do is put the club in a better position for next season by putting us in Champions League, getting us more money, and giving us a trophy as well, and getting us a European trophy. So, just a little something to start off with that. We also did get a slight update, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday. We'll talk about it a little bit more. But Ruben said that Mazraoui cannot play Sunday versus Brentford. He is on the verge of injury. And we talked about that, we have to rotate against Brentford. We should rotate against Brentford. Some of the chat and community members making it clear that, we still have to go win. And I agree. But I also said that, we should be able to rotate. And we need to rotate because we got to look after our players, and we got to make sure we keep as many people fit because, again, I understand it's about pride for the shirt and respect for Manchester United, and you want to go and win the Premier League matches, but you know, the bigger prize and the bigger deal is Europa League at the current course in time, and we want to make sure that we have as many options available and have the strongest squad possible to give us the best and strongest chance to go win that trophy. It's more important. It's a trophy. And I think we should be able to rotate, and we should be able to still have a chance to win versus Brentford. You know, I don't see why not. I think Amos should be able to come into the team. I think Fredrickson should be able to come into the team. You know, maybe I would argue give Cheeto a start. And give Rasmus a rest. He's played a lot of minutes. He's also struggled this season. So I think there's some places where we can make some good sort of rotation and give some minutes to maybe some younger players or some players that have just played less minutes. And we're gonna have to go with the stronger team because we have to make sure we get over the line on Thursday, even though we have you know, a 3-0 lead. We got to get over that. We got to make sure that we get there for that. So you know, and also, you know, it is important because we're down the low on that right hand side, and you know, now we're kind of down Maz. I mean, at least for a match. You know, we got to take care of him. We got to make sure that he doesn't. I mean, we spoke about how brilliant of a signing he's been this season, and what a steal he's been, and you know, arguably based off of consistency over the whole season, player of the season or signing of the season, you know. So I think you know, and we have a lack of options there as well because we've lost the low. If we lose Maz, we're kind of a bit more screwed. We just got Ahmad back. He's not ready to give us 90 minutes and play multiple matches in a row. So we do have to be a bit careful. Ruben has to be a bit careful, and you know, he has to be smart about it. And I think he's going to be smart about it. And I think we're going to see a rotated squad. And I think our fans should kind of keep that in mind for the match. I think, you know, I hope we get the win because it sort of feels like what we've been doing. And I kind of want the cycle to break a little bit. Is we play good in Europa, we get a win, we go into the Prem. We don't play as good, and we suffer a defeat. But some of those matches, I feel like we should have been able to get the win, but we're not getting the result. Sometimes the display and sometimes the performance isn't actually that bad, but we're just not getting the result. And you know, it's just important for the club to get the result for Ruben and for the players, so we could just keep the positivity sort of going, because it's positive in Europa, and then it turns negative in the Prem, and it leaves fans a little bit feeling unstable about the team. We kind of feel like, well, we got a good result in Europa. It wasn't good in the Prem. What are we going to get out of them in this next Europa? Is it going to be good? Is it going to be bad? It's been like that all season. It's been kind of hard to judge what we're going to do. So I think just for optics, you know, along with pride and respect, I hope we sort of break the cycle and we manage to get a good win at the weekend versus Brentford. So Lions is here, Lyle's here. Shout out to you guys. How you guys doing? How's everybody doing? I want to move on next though to Ruben on Casemiro. You know, we spoke a little bit on Casemiro, and he said, you know, Casemiro has improved a lot. You can see not the way he plays, but the way he runs. The data show he worked really hard. He is a very good example. It's a lesson for all the players at United. Everything can change in a moment. And I like this, and I think him and somebody like Maguire, I think, are two players that they go hand in hand for this sort of example. And I think it's a good sort of personality trait and characteristic from Ruben Amorim as a manager, as a coach, but also like it's a good it's a good message to send to the rest of the players and to the rest of the squad. Like, you know, I think he's letting you know, like, you know, sometimes it might seem like your career might be done at a certain point at Manchester United, but if you have the focus and you have the mentality and you put in the work and you keep working hard and you don't give up, like, the circumstances can change for you and you can turn things around, and football is quite like that. You know, in many different aspects. Like sometimes you might have a horrible season, or maybe a couple horrible games. And it might just seem like, you know, nothing you're doing is really working. And I think this message should sort of translate to somebody like Rasmus, who's had a very hard time, and has been struggling, and, you know, is sort of being called out by the fans a lot. There's a lot of pressure on him, and I think he can take a sort of lesson from these experienced players like Casemiro, like Maguire, that, you know, it is possible to come out on the other side if you continue to work hard and you put in as much effort as possible, and you get yourself to perform on the pitch at some point in time. I mean, you know, Casemiro has turned it around, and especially even under Ruben. You know, there was a point where, you know, Collier was being picked over him. Everybody was being picked over Cass. It seemed like Cass was done. It seemed like Ruben didn't want Cass. And Ruben has made this sort of statement, you know, kind of saying that, you know, I'm sort of flexible. Like, I will make a decision based on what I see, and if I feel like, you know, you're not doing it, then I won't really pick you, or maybe you get pushed down in the pecking order. But like, if you do put in the hard work, and you work hard, and you do what you're supposed to do, and you improve, there's a way back. I don't just like 110% write you off. I guess depending on the circumstances. And, you know, I think at the time, like, you know, Casemiro and kept it pretty professional and respectful. He wasn't getting picked. I don't think Cass kind of just quit. I think he was showing up to training. He was still working hard. He was still trying his best. He was putting in 100% effort. I think the manager notices these things when they're on the training pitch. The training staff notice these things, you know, because it's very easy in that situation saying, "Oh, the manager doesn't want me. You know, let me just go through the motions. I get paid $350,000 a week. You know, I don't have to leave the club. I can sit on my ass for the rest of the contract, get paid, and not play. If they don't want to play me, like, so be it. So, you know, I'll just hang around and do nothing." I mean, he could have easily done that. You know, he doesn't really have to fight. He's at the end of his career. But you know, it's part of who he's been as a player throughout his career. That's why he's the champion he's been, and he's had the career that he's been at Real Madrid, and won so many things, and was such a highly coveted player. You know, and I don't really like to pick on certain players, but, you know, some people might make an argument for Rashford or something like that. And again, we don't know 100% what goes on behind the scenes, but, you know, from the manager and what he was saying, and the statements he said, I think there's a clear difference between somebody like Cass and somebody like Rashford, for whatever the reasons are. I mean, we don't really know. You know, I don't want to nitpick it too much, because it's not fair, because I'm not there. You know, if I was a training coach or something like that, and I knew exactly what went on, I'd be able to tell you exactly more. But it's a lot of speculation. But clearly there's some sort of difference between players like the situation, what transpired with Marcus, and what's transpiring with Casemiro. Clearly there's a difference there. I don't think it's something necessarily personal. I don't think Ruben was like, "Marcus, I don't like you because you look ugly, and Casemiro's beautiful," or something like that. You know, it's not something stupid like that. It's just about performing as a player, and how you carry yourself and how you handle yourself. And clearly there's a difference there, because you know, things broke down between him and Rashford, but with him and Casemiro, it didn't go that way. So, you know, it certainly can be like that. Before I get to the chat, because you guys are making some good points, he then followed up by this, and this was new right before we went live. It wasn't necessarily him, but it said, "Sources say Ruben Amorim told Casemiro in a face-to-face meeting how grateful he is for the professionalism and how he is setting an example at Carrington. The relationship between the pair is very good now." I don't think that the relationship was even, you know, because I don't really like that last line. It says the relationship between the pair is very good now. I don't think the relationship was bad. You know, this is professional football. This is a high level. This is standard. Like, I think Ruben made a decision from what he was seeing from Cass. I think Cass, as an experienced player, accepted it. Sure, he didn't like it, but I don't think he hated Ruben for it. Because if he hated Ruben for it, I don't think he would have continued to work hard to try and prove him wrong. He would have just been like, F you, do one, and I'll just collect my paycheck, you know? And, you know, what am I going to fight for you for if they didn't have some sort of a good relationship? So, you know, I don't really like that last line, but, you know, it is true that these sorts of players that we've counted out at one point, like Cass and like Maguire, like, they are good examples, especially to the very young players that are going to go through periods where they're on top of the world, and other times where they're going to go out of form and they're struggling, and it seems like they can't do anything right because they're young, and that happens to them. And it's very good that we have players like this, and it's a good dynamic, and, you know, they've been through it. They've been through this sort of stuff. They're experienced, seasoned sort of players and veterans. And it's important to have this sort of mixture in the club. That's why many of us argue it's great to have a plan to go for these sort of younger players and have sort of a young squad and build for the future. And we love all that. But at the same time, that this is why it's important to have these experienced and seasoned players as well. You have to have a mixture because they add different qualities, and they've been through different experiences already that these younger guys haven't been through yet and may struggle to get through, and they can shoulder that sort of period for them and help them through it. I mean, even who was it? Even Lenny today was speaking, and he talked about, you know, how Bruno is a leader on and off the pitch, and he's very helpful. And, you know, Lenny talking about how before I even played my first match for Manchester United, Bruno was sending me text messages asking me if I'm doing okay adjusting to life in England and in Manchester, and if he needs any help. And this is the sort of thing that these players can provide. I mean, Bruno's been here for years. You know, he's the captain. He's experienced. He's lived in England quite some time. He understands. You know, also being a foreign player, it might be sort of difficult, especially for somebody that's a young lad like Lenny. So, you know, important, doing his duties, reaching out to this younger kid, making sure that they're kind of, you know, okay. And you know, as a young kid like that, it makes you feel good too, because one, it makes you feel wanted, and it makes you feel better as well. So, you know, instead of worrying about these things, like, those are extra things. You know, it's something to worry a little bit less about. Maybe it calms them down, and it allows them to really focus more on their football and their performances, and grow and develop their game as well. So, but what are you guys saying in the chat? Lines are saying, so on that, then, does he who shall not be named and Rashford turn it around at United? I mean, it's a good question, and I get it, because, you know, some of the things that Ruben has been saying, I think you can sort of make an argument and say, well, then maybe like players like Antony and Rashford and Sancho maybe have a way back in. But I think maybe there would be a small chance, but also I think it depends on the player. I mean, Cass has stated multiple times he doesn't want to leave. He wants to stay here. I think for players that say that they don't want to leave Manchester United and they want to prove that they have the right to stay here and play for the club, and then they go and do it in training and show the manager and the rest of the coaching staff and their teammates that, like, yeah, I might be struggling, I might not be good, but I'm here and I'm putting in 100% of work. I think there's a way back for them. But I think for players that don't necessarily sort of express that they want to 100% stay here and fight, I don't think they're going to have the same sort of opportunity that these other players are going to get. I think it's like sort of different circumstances. You know, I again, we don't know 100% what happened with Marcus. Sancho, I don't think he wants anything to really do with Manchester United. I think he's over it. I don't think he wants to come back. So I don't think he cares who's the manager, really. I don't think he wants to come back. Rashford, it seems weird. It seems like he wants to leave. It seems like he's sort of done. You get an update saying that he understands that he won't play for United again because Ruben Amorim is there. You know, what was the conversation that happened? What was, for example, like, we don't know how Marcus reacted when Ruben dropped him, right? And maybe it was two different reactions. One had, Garnacho had a different reaction, and maybe Marcus had a bad reaction, and it made the situation worse. And maybe Ruben didn't like that, and maybe Cass had a different reaction that was more positive. So Ruben is like, okay, well, like, obviously you're not going to be happy, but there's a way to go about it, is what I'm trying to say. And, you know, if you throw a temper tantrum and you become very toxic, or you become very negative, or, you know, you start going through the motions, or you sort of give up on yourself, and you sort of give up on the on trying to fight for your place, maybe it just makes the circumstances different. You know, I don't know what goes on behind the scenes. So it's obviously up to his judgment. I mean, he's made some statements, you know, kind of saying that, like, it's not 100% always permanent, but I think it depends on how the players react and what they do from that point on. I think he communicates it and lets them know, like, you know, you're not doing enough. I need you to do more, and you're not going to be starting, or you're not going to be playing, and I'm picking other players ahead of you. And from that point, it's up to them what they do. You know, if they have a bad attitude about it, I think Ruben is less inclined to give them more of a chance, or a way back. If they have a better attitude about it, I think he likes that sort of stuff. I think he likes that sort of mentality. And he sort of keeps that in the back of his mind until, you know, maybe a certain period of time, and they start doing better, and they start improving, and he gives them sort of a second chance. So, Lyle says, respect to Casemiro. He said he wants to stay, and he put in the work. I mean, yeah, you know, like I was just saying. So, I mean, I think it's a good quality trait for the manager to have in. Again, I say these things. It's not to take shots at other managers, but I think, again, like, we know Ten Hag was sort of called very stubborn. And he seemed to be that way because of, like, his player selection, and like, he was very stubborn with that, very stubborn and very strict with that. And I think that sort of translated as well with, like, giving player chances, and you know, his sort of, like, to sort of go back and revise on, like, deeming if he thinks certain players are good enough, and stuff like that. I think Ruben is it's not the same. It's totally different. I think Ruben is stubborn in his belief and philosophy, in his system and his idea of football. But I think when it comes to players, he's a little bit more flexible in that situation. I think Ruben understands because he's a bit younger. He was recently just a player himself not too long ago. And I think he sort of carries still that sort of player mentality. I think he understands really very well what players sort of go through. And I feel like he just has a better man management skills, which is important, especially in today's time, because you know, with these players, it's more difficult. There's a lot more you kind of got to deal with. You know, there's all this brand stuff and social media, and they get inflated egos, and maybe they're a little bit softer than, you know, back in the day and stuff. So it's sort of difficult to navigate through. Than maybe when, like, Fergie was around, you know, during his sort of era and time. So, Lion says Max also said he's going nowhere. He did. And actually, you know what's funny? And I'll talk about it because I'm fine with it, and I've always said it anyway. I woke up this morning. I go to check Twitter to check the news. And I had a bunch of, like, I seen that I had a lot of notifications. So I was like, what's going on? I look at the notifications. There was about 8 people, randos, with like 82 followers, you know, basically, you know, I'm not trying to say I'm an anybody, but basically just random weirdos on Twitter, dug up an old tweet of mine from the summer of 2023, because there was a report that said Maguire was training, you know, I don't know how many days a week extra with Ricardo Carvalho. And I sort of replied and I said something along the lines of, he can train 24/7, 7 days a week. It doesn't matter. He's not gonna move from fourth position. Now, I said that because I was talking about that, like, he's slow and that he's clumsy and that he was getting exposed in a four back a lot. Now, that season was actually the season that he actually had a good season from that, when we started, because it didn't even start yet. So that season was actually the first season where it was actually, we could say, Maguire actually had a good season. That was the first time. From that point on, I've gone on to give Maguire praise, and I've said I've criticized him heavily, but I've given him his flowers. And these people, because I put Maguire in the thumbnail yesterday, they were telling me, all sorts of stuff. Go talk, speak now, calling me a bitch, cursing me out, all sorts of things, which I laughed because, I mean, nobody cared at all. They got no likes from it. They got no views from it. So they were trying to get attention out of it. And I didn't even bother to give them a response. But, I mean, it's just, listen, I at the time, I truly believed that because his abilities were limited, I didn't think that any amount of training was really going to be able to improve sort of his weaknesses, in that the fact that he's slow and he gets exposed, and we were playing a high line, and he was getting burned, and he's a little bit clumsy at times, but he's certainly improved. So, he's proved me wrong, but I'm not the only person in the world. He's proved basically everybody wrong, for the most part. So, I just find it funny, like, these random people that just come and try to attack you from something you said about 2 years ago. So, yeah. I thought I'd address it, but I mean, good for him. And I'm here, and I support Maguire. And I've been saying for about 2 seasons now that I think Maguire is a good player to have in the squad. And he's improved. And, some people still say they would sell Maguire. And I say, well, I would use him because I think he's been doing good. So, and he did what he needed to do, which was put in the work on the pitch. And just prove everybody wrong and put in good performances. That's all that is. It's not that big of a deal. So, at least we don't serve whoppers. We can't say that Hoyland needs an experienced striker to learn from, then get rid of experienced players and replace them with kids. Well, I don't. Again, that's what I mean, that's what we say. But Ineos, I don't know if they believe that. Maybe because they're going down a different route. You know what I mean? But I get what you mean, because some of our fans, I think it's two sets of people, though. I think there's people that just have completely written off Rasmus and they just want him out. And I think there's other people that they're willing to give Rasmus a chance, but they've been arguing for quite some time that he was never supposed to be the main guy, and we need an experienced striker to lead the line regardless. And they would like to get the experienced striker to lead the line. And maybe give Rasmus another opportunity to sort of learn from it. But I think there's a good amount of fans that they kind of feel like they've seen enough, or they don't like Rasmus at all. And so they don't really care. They'd rather just sell him one way or another. It's not about. I don't think those people. I think it's two different sets of people. I don't think they say, like. I think the people that don't want Rasmus, like, they just don't believe in him at all. They don't say, like, anything about experience. They would just get rid of him regardless. I think it's the other set of people that have been arguing for quite some time now, saying that, like, he was never supposed to be the main man. We were supposed to get an experienced striker. We should have gotten an experienced striker, and we still need the experienced striker. I think those people are the ones that are saying that sort of thing. But I don't know. Ineos, I don't know what they believe, because they've identifying the lap as number one target. But I think Ruben wants the experienced guy. So it's like, I don't really know. I don't really know how they're trying to really go about it. But more importantly, did y'all hear what Amarim said about Shaw? I did not. I did not. I did not. What did he say? He said Shaw is pure class. Did he say that? I didn't see that. Lai says, there's no denying the talent. Again, we've been saying for quite some time. I say it all the time. Luke Shaw is a good player. It's just that his injury record is an absolute disaster. I don't agree with the people that say Luke Shaw is shit, because talent-wise, he's not. I mean, that one period where I think it was his longest period where he was available for us, when he got re-injured, the entire fan base was crying because we lost Luke Shaw, because he was actually so impactful and so important, and he was doing a big job for us. So any of the people that say that Luke Shaw isn't good and in talent-wise, I don't buy it at all. I mean, they're just total haters, or they have an agenda or something like that. It's not true. He's good. His issue has always been the injuries and staying fit and being available. That's his biggest problem. And there's no tiptoeing around that, unfortunately. Again, my stance is, and it goes for any player, if you can't stay fit and you can't be available, you're not useful to us, and you can't be at the club. But if you can stay fit and you provide on the pitch, but you're also available, then I have no problem. So I don't trust Shaw to stay fit. I hope he does somehow, magical miracle, because he's never done it once in, I don't how many seasons has he been here? 11 or something like that. He's never done it once. So I would love nothing more than for him to stay fit for 3/4 of the season. Maybe he gets like a minor injury. I don't expect it to happen, because it just seems like he's unable to do it, which is unfortunate. But if he does, I'll be happy, because I think the more he plays, the better in form he'll be, and the more he'll be able to provide for us. And he's a good player. So, Harry Yamal, yeah, there's logical fans, and there's the rest. Demiskin says United want Gyökeres, CUNHA, Ederson, Nico Williams, Anthony Robertson, Mastantuono to United is better for next reason. I like when he adds. I like when he changes it up a little bit. He's added Anthony Robertson in there, and he's added Mastantuono in there now. And the rest could all fit in Jupiter. No Delap this week, Delicio. No Delap. He goes with his feelings. He goes with his feelings. But we do have updates on Antony that I want to get to. A small update, but apparently Atlético Madrid have inquired about Antony, and Manchester United would be willing to sell him for 40 to 50 million euros. I'm not too sure about the source here, Marcos Benito. I never really heard it. Interesting. He is playing quite well there, and he's playing in La Liga, and this is sort of the hope that we've had when we loan these players out. Go out and play good. I have no problem with it. I think some of our fans have a mental breakdown when they see our players go out on loan somewhere else, especially to another team outside of the Prem, and they start performing. And they literally start having a mental breakdown, talking about United is cursed and all this crap. And it's the end of the world, and we're the most horrible place on the planet. And I'm over there in the corner saying I'm happy, and I'm glad, because we need them to play well, and we need them to perform. I don't give a shit what other people are saying, especially rivals, because they're going to talk shit regardless. I hope Antony goes there and bangs in 15 goals and gets 10 assists in 5 months. Fantastic. Because it won't only be real Betis. Maybe clubs like Atletico Madrid or other clubs get interested in him. And then we can get a higher transfer fee, and there's more power for us. So it's we're not only dealing with Real Betis, and we can get the highest possible transfer fee, and we can actually move forward as a club and do what we have to do. So I find it funny. I always see the meltdown on social media. People like, we're cursed because Anthony's having Antony's 7 goals in 7 games, and what's wrong with us and this and that. I'm like, but it's good. Why are you saying it like it's a bad thing? It's good. He clearly doesn't fit at United. It's not the correct buy. It doesn't work with us, and it might not necessarily work in England. He's playing in a different league, on a different team, playing in a different system, and he's playing good. And everybody was pissed off at him and upset at him because he was playing so bad at us. And now you're having like FOMO or something, you trying to reverse the course, saying, oh, it's just us, he is a good player. And it's like, bro, but like, it's not, doesn't mean that he's necessarily bad. It's just bad recruitment again on our part. Why did we spend 80 million on him when we could have got him for 25, 30? Just piss poor recruitment. So yeah, it's good that he's playing good. Keep playing good so that we can get the most money and we can rebuild the team properly under Ruben Amorim and Ineos. And we're doing better in recruitment. We had some updates the other day that we talked about in the Discord with Vivel getting a permanent job, and we've sort of removed two people in the hierarchies that have to do with like analytic data or something like that. I forgot exactly what it was, but yeah. In an ideal world, Dorgu would be his understudy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if he's able to stay fit, he really should be. The problem is, I mean, so far, he's just come back. Let's see what happens for next season. Maybe we figure something out, because, I'm getting a little bit encouraged the fact that Mount is sort of sustained himself, and I think they're being smarter about it. They're going a smarter way about it. Like, Mount is getting more and more minutes. He's not starting, I think, because he's missed a lot of football and he's not as sharp. But also, I think like I think like the plans around these players are sort of changing. I think we're being smarter trying to handle the injuries and the overload of work. And I think we're getting. I don't think we're like elite in it yet. I think we can do better, but I think so far with the injuries, I think we're doing a better job. It's improving slightly, and I'm getting encouraged because I feel like before Mason Mount would have got re-injured by now, because it happened twice and he never lasted. I mean, literally the last time he was out for weeks or months. He came back and he got re-injured within 25 minutes. He's had consecutive runs in matches now, playing 30 minutes a match. So I'm getting a little bit encouraged there, and maybe we could do something similar to Shaw, and maybe we can balance the workload a little bit for him, because I think at one point, I think a problem for Shaw is, while he is injury prone, I think the workload for Shaw was quite too high, which leads to him getting injured again, and being injured for quite long. And I think if you can balance it with Dorgu a little bit more, and maybe not have Shaw play so many games or so many minutes and really balance it quite well, maybe we're able to get Shaw to actually be fit for like 3/4 of a season and have him available for most of the season. Because injuries are going to happen anyway, and minor injuries. If a player misses 2 weeks or 3 weeks, it's fine. Luke Shaw misses 75% of the season. Even if we get Luke Shaw available for 60% of the season, that's a huge difference. It's a huge increase. Even at the moment, even if we get him for 50% of the season, it's still a huge increase. So hopefully we go in that way. Lyle says, whoa, Atleti, sheesh. They have budget though and would pay some good money, but damn, no sure about this one. Don't bloody jinx it out there telling me. Well, let's see. We also had a small update on CUNHA, which is that Manchester United are closer to a verbal agreement with Wolves forward Matheus Cunha after offering him a big money contract. Manchester United have offered Cunha a contract at double the wages he currently earns at Wolves. I still haven't been able to sort of figure out what his actual wages. I think Lions last time, I think what he said was accurate. He's getting something around, what is it, 90,000 or something like that, or 80,000 a week. I mean, I would like for them to tell us, because I think one of the journalists wrote a typo and said that he wants about 150,000 a week, and not that he's getting paid 150,000 a week. But I still haven't seen an actual wage. Is Cunha being booed at the Etihad? Says Lumen. I don't know. I'm not watching the match, so I do see that it's 1-0 halftime. You know, they can boo him, but if it's double the wages, then he will be getting 180 then. Yeah, I mean, and that goes more to, you know, what was reported last time, which was something about that he would want around 150,000 a week or something. I think they wrote it wrong, and they said that he's on 150,000 a week. So that makes more sense. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if he's getting booed at the Etihad, let them boo. He's coming to the right side of Manchester, which is the red side. He is at 150 at Wolves. I don't know if he is, though, because I don't think Ineos are gonna get, if he's at 150,000 at Wolves, and this is accurate, and we're giving him double the wages. There's no way that Ineos are giving him 300,000 a week. There's no way. There is no way. They're not gonna do that. You know, with the way they've been operating, there's no way they're gonna do this. I mean, listen, anything can happen, and never say never, but I just don't, it just doesn't really, it doesn't correlate to what they've been doing. It doesn't correlate to sort of their belief and philosophy. You know, I don't think he's on that wage, because I don't think that they're gonna give a player 300,000 a week. I just don't think so. So, it makes more sense if he's on about 90,000 or something like that, or 80,000, because double is about 150, 160, you know, maybe a little bit extra, like 170, 180, around there. I think that makes more sense. This is exactly 300 a week. That is outside of the plan. I mean, I could do a quick search and try and find out real quick. Let me see if let me see if I can get this down, because just give me a second, because I gotta type. All right, well, that's loading. We'll continue to talk, and I'll wait for the answer. Axe says, Barhouse, guess who's in the house? It's me. Well, Axe is here. Axe, how you doing? How you feeling? We're just talking a little about Cunha. Maybe we'll want 200 at us. Yeah, I think maybe something like that, 180,000 kind of makes sense. Again, there's nobody has, I don't think anybody has actually clarified. So I don't think people know exactly what his wage is, because I think if you go on a couple different websites, one will tell you maybe that he's on 150,000 currently. I think another one will tell you that he's on 80 or 90. And I haven't seen any of the journalists that have been reporting the Cunha story really tell us exactly what wage he's on. So it's a bit all over the place, but I'm trying to get an answer now. So I've asked the AI and done a deep search. And the AI is telling me that research suggests Matheus Cunha currently earns around 90,000 per week at Wolverhampton Wanderers, and that's 90,000 pounds to be exact. So according to few sources, they list about 5 or 6 different sources. It's the variation in reported wages is 60,000, 79,000, and 90,000. So it does seem like that he's around there. I don't think he's making more than that at Wolves right now. So it does seem like he's on that way, 90,000 a week. Searching through all these sources, it says, based on analysis of Cunha's currently week wage, is not £90,000 a week, reflecting on his new contract signed in February 2025. This figure is reported by multiple reliable sources, including Capology, AI Score, The Guardian, despite some early reports suggesting lower figures. So yeah, so that makes sense with this update. You know, if we're offering double the wages, about 180,000 a week, that fits with the Ineos plan, and that fits with, you know, it's within the budget. It's within the budget. He hasn't transferred in and is already making noise. Scandalous. Making what does that mean? Making noise how? What does that mean? What do you mean by he's already making noise? In what way? I don't know. I don't get it. um read my other comment. Where? Did what? I don't think your other comment went through. Oh wait, he is at wait, no. Yeah, I don't see your other comment. I just see the house. Guess who's in the house? It's me. That's all I see from you. I don't see. I don't know. Write it again for me, Axe, or something. I don't know. I don't see it. Oh, you're talking about yourself. Wait, what? I don't know. Now you confused the crap out of me. All right, anyway. More importantly, let's get to Jonathan Tah. You're being censored. I don't know why that happens to you. But let's talk about Jonathan Tah, because Jonathan Tah, apparently United have entered the race for Jonathan Tah and want to sign the centre back on a free transfer this summer. Talks with his management have taken place. I think Jonathan Tah is an interesting sort of option. Again, there's a couple of these sort of free transfers that maybe we can do or we can go for. And apparently maybe he's one. I mean, it's coming from Atlético, and Atlético is obviously German based and German sourced. You know, some people saying that they're sort of using United's name. And it's coming from the agent of Tah, and they're using it to get either the move that they really want, which is maybe like Bayern Munich, or maybe get a new contract, which I don't think is going to happen. But yeah, I mean, I think he's actually a decently good center back. I think he would be a good option to get in. And actually, I've been saying that I think that we probably might need another center back with you know, Lindelof potentially going on a free, and obviously Evans going, and just the fact that we play with three and we have multi-positional players. I get it, like, you know, maybe you can put Shaw as one of the center backs and Maz as one of the center backs, and you know, there's Heaven and that sort of stuff, and maybe there's Fredrickson as well. But I think, again, just for depth and options, I think, you know, we could possibly use him as well. And if we get him for free, I think that's a good move, because it's adding depth and it's getting an extra option, and we don't have to spend money on it. And it covers another position, and we could actually go and do other things. Like, you know, if we get Tah, who would be free, for example, then maybe we can do something with the goalkeeper. And maybe instead of 5 transfers, we could do 6. And there's a couple other deals out there. I mean, a few people have been mentioning Jonathan David as a striker option. I think we should probably be spending money on the striker. And I think there's more elite options than Jonathan David. I think in the back line, it's a different situation than the striker. I think the striker, we need the experienced players. We need somebody sort of elite up there, than compared to the back. So I'm going to play TCG since my comments don't get through. I mean, I don't know, but you know, I got nothing to do with that. I don't know, you know, nobody's doing anything to you, so maybe it just doesn't go. Maybe it just didn't go through. Maybe for your connection or something. I don't know. I can't tell you. I can't tell you, Ax. I don't know. There's like no restrictions on the channel. There's no. I don't even have words muted really. So I don't know what I don't know why that happens. Lion says Buscagli is also free. I believe I've mentioned him once or twice. You have mentioned him. I don't know if United are actually looking at that, because I haven't seen any reports about Buscagli. So Elias says once or twice. Yeah, I think you've mentioned it more than once or twice, but yeah, I mean, I just I haven't really seen him linked to us in any way, but maybe he's one that pops up a little bit later. Somewhere in the middle of the window or something, if he's still available or something like that. Maybe we have a couple priorities ahead of him. But again, I think that there's deals out there to be done with, sort of the free agent market. And I think there's a couple players that we might or should be looking to get. And I also think there's some players out there that are actually they're decently good or good that are quite cheap. There's been some reports about Arsenal going in for Turkey. I think, again, for me, Turkey would be, I think it's a good piece of business considering his price and his ability. I think Turkey is a good piece of business to do one way or another. So, Lion says we love a defender from the Dutch League at United. Well, technically, it usually goes quite well for us in that aspect, right? Yapstam and stuff like that. And, now we have Delit. We had a couple others too, but yeah, I mean, some nations produce certain types of players. Like I think like Argentina and maybe sort of Brazil, they're more known for sort of their attacking players, right? And those guys being sort of world class. I think Dutch is a little bit mixed, where they have good attacking players, but they also have like defensive players and stuff like that. So sometimes certain nations do produce certain types of players as well. It's about the football that they play and what they do. Temeskin is updated. He's come back in saying, I want Gyökeres, CUNHA, Edison, Nico Williams, Anthony Robertson, Mastan Tawana to United is better for next season. Well, let's see what we get. I hope we do try and go for Gyökeres, because I think he should be number one option. And I think if we have the money and we have the chance, we should be going all in for him. I think CUNHA is dead on and set to come. I think we just have to wait a little bit. A couple more weeks maybe. Edison, I don't know what's going to happen with him. It seems a little bit of wishy-washy with this. It seems like we're slightly interested. I don't know how concrete and how real, and also they're kind of demanding 75 million euros for him, so I don't know how that's necessarily going to go. Nico Williams really hasn't been talked about. Anthony Robertson, I haven't seen him talked about. And Mastan Tawana has been talked about quite a lot recently, so we got to see what happens with him. But I feel like if Madrid step in for Mastan Tawana, I think he'll end up there, because most likely, I mean, we don't know the kid like that, but there's more of a chance of him being a Barca or Real Madrid fan. So we tend to lose those sorts of players to those teams because of that. So Rajat says, how did you get pineapple with added vanilla chocolate cake? What? Give Anthony conference medal. Don't want Jaden winning. I mean Chelsea, listen, I mean, if Chelsea won the thing before they even started, I mean, realistically, they shouldn't even really be in that competition. They're too good of a team to be in that competition. That competition is really like, that's something that, like, no offense, but maybe like Brentford or something could perform in. I mean, it's they pretty much won that. If they don't win that, that's like the biggest upset. So I don't really care about that. It's really a formality. The Conference League is 110% a formality. I mean, people look down upon like the Europa League. I mean, the Conference League is like in the sewer pretty much. West Ham won it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to not trying to like talk down to them. I'm just saying like Chelsea really the squad that they have and the amount of players. I mean, we put them there. Um, you know, we put them there because we won the FA Cup, but like their squad is too good for that. I mean, look at the teams that they play. You don't even know the names of them. You don't even know where they're from. The teams I've never even heard of. I don't know what country they come from. And I know a lot of teams from a lot of different countries, just from playing FIFA and stuff like that, in EAFC. Uh, uh, like the team they played yesterday, I've never heard of them. I don't know who they are. I don't know where they play. You know what I mean? So, it's just a formality. Nobody really cares. If he wins it, that's good. Maybe he's found his level in its conference league. You know. But you think Jonathan Tah would be a good sort of buy for us? I actually, real quick, I just want to see. I just want to kind of look a little bit of Jonathan Tah's stats, and just get a better gauge of what he's is this the website I usually use? No. Where is it? This one. Because I could get a good gauge of what kind of sort of player he is. Especially, I like this website. It's free, and it also it compares across all the top 5. View complete scouting report. So last 365 days, men's big 5 leagues, plus the UCL and the UEL. Versus center backs, he ranks very high in passes attempted, pass completion, progressive passes, even touches in the attacking penalty box. Actually, very high, 85 percentile. He's averaging 1.24 per 90, and this is versus other center backs across all the top 5 leagues, the UCL and the UEL. It's a decent amount of yellow cards. He ranks high in progressive passes, which is good, 83 percentile. He averages about 4.82 per 90, versus center backs in all the leagues, which is actually that's actually what we need. We need somebody that can do that sort of thing out of the back, especially when we're trying to play out of the back. His passing is like exceptionally through the roof for a center back per 90. I mean, it's absolutely. If you want, I'll put it on the screen so you can kind of see it. If I remember how to do this. I'll bring it up on the screen right now. Yeah, this is what I'm looking at. I don't know if you could see that clearly, but yeah, I mean, for a center back, this is quite amazing. Per 90, ranking really high in percentiles across passing. Quite high. Passes completed, passes attempted, pass completion, passing distance, progressive passing distance. Short passing, excellent. Medium passing, excellent. Passes completed long, decent. It's not amazing, but pass completion percentage long though. I mean, 93 percentile. He's better than almost every single center back in Europe at that. So yeah, I mean, he looks like he fits what we kind of need, based off of these statistics here, and how he performs against all these other center backs. So actually, I think, just off of the statistics, he would actually be a very good, useful player for us, and we should be looking to kind of get that. What are you guys saying? I don't know what's going on. 50 brownie points go straight and I don't know what's going on. Rajat, you are confusing me today, buddy. I'm so lost. I'm so lost. But I want to actually I want to talk to this so that you guys can give me some things to talk about. So let's get through the rest of them. Real quick. There was a really strange story about Alvaro Fernandez. And an update about Alvaro Fernandez. So I mean, listen to this and read this. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but apparently Real Madrid plan to use Manchester United as a bridge to re-sign Alvaro Fernandez because Benfica want £51 million for him, but Real Madrid want Manchester United to activate their 15 million buyback clause and then sell Alvaro to Real Madrid for 25 to 30 million. I mean, I think that this story is a load of bullshit. I don't even know who that source is, but this might be one of the most ridiculous pieces of news that I've ever heard in my life, because if it's not completely made up and from La La Land, I just have one question, and excuse my language, but like, why the fuck would we do that? Why would we do that for them? What are we getting out of it? And why would we be doing them that favor? What are they doing for us? I think that's, what kind of mentalness is that? It sounds like somebody had a bad dream and thought it was a vision of the future and put it out as news or something. Or maybe they've done some ayahuasca and they've hallucinated a bit or something like that. Because I read this and I saw this and I was like, I mean, sounds like a load of crap to me, but if it has any accuracy to it, this is the most mental thing that I've ever heard. I mean, it literally makes zero sense for us to do. And I don't understand how United really tend to benefit out of it. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know the percentage sell-on fee, but if Benfica sell him for 51 million, I think we actually make a good amount of money regardless, because if we activate the 15 million, we have to spend 15 million. We're going to sell him to Madrid for 25 to 30, which means that we're going to make a profit of 10 to 15. So it doesn't make sense in any way. It doesn't make sense in any way. I don't understand what the hell what they're talking about. Lion says, what bullshit is this? Don't know. It's from Spain Capital. Dude, I have no clue. I mean, because he came out of Real Academy. So in essence, making a 15 million profit. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't. But there's no incentive for United to do this. Like we sold him already. We made money on him, and we have a sell on percentage fee from him. So like, I don't know. Like, why would we do Real Madrid this favor? It doesn't really benefit us that much. It doesn't make sense to do this for them. It doesn't make sense to really do it for them. You get 15 or 20 million. Says Dan Munzgu. I get that, but we also have a sell-on. We also have a sell-on percentage fee. I don't know what is the. It depends what the percentage is. I don't know. Let me do the math, because I can't do it in my head. I'm not that good. I don't know if it's 15%. If it's 15% from 51 million, we get about we get about 7 million or something like that in a sell-on fee. I mean, I don't know. I think it's 20% sale clause, says Dan. And they're clearly saying that they won't buy him for 50. So we would get 15 million or 20 million instead of 10. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I just don't think it. I just don't think it'll happen though. This sounds very. This sounds very far fetched to me. I mean, I guess the math in terms of the numbers works out in that we would be getting maybe double. So instead of 7, we'd be getting 15 or 20. I mean, I think it's a long stretch, and I don't think I don't really buy this because I don't buy this source. I don't know who he is. He's not I'm not going to say he's credible in any way. So, but I guess from what Dan's saying that would make sense because we would get about 7 to 10, maybe make extra money from it. But yeah, I don't really buy this. I think we either. I think if we activate it, he's coming back to play for us, which doesn't seem like we're interested in doing so. Although, Ruben is supposedly or was supposedly a big fan of him, and he wanted him. But there hasn't really been any talk about him up until now. So, yeah, I think if we activate it, he's coming back to play for us. And if we don't activate it, we're just gonna take the money from the sell on fee that we put in. But Lyle says Haaland is back. But why get a player back whom we never should have sold just to sell him again? I don't know. It sounds a bit far fetched, but I mean, you never know. Things might be crazy that happen. But I don't buy it too much from this source. Now, if we had some more credible people, if Fabrizio comes out and says something about it, then maybe, there's something more in it. But I don't know who this guy is, but I just saw this story and I just thought it was kind of crazy. Custard123 says, who was the last team that United beat that didn't have a red card? Incredible fun of reds for the opponents. I don't know. It's a good question. Who was the last team we beat without a red card? Because we got a red card the last match. There was a red card before. We didn't win that match, but there was no red card. We didn't win that match either. I don't know. Good question. Let's see if I can find the answer. Can I find the answer? Matches. So I could tell you. Who did we beat? Last team was Leicester City. That we beat that didn't get a red card was Leicester. In the Prem. And before well, yeah, there was a red card in the Sociedad game as well. We had a red card. Well, we had a red card versus Ipswich back in February, and we won. So there was that as well. But yeah, last team was Leicester. Away from home. We were away from home. We beat them 3-0. That was March 16th. And there was no red card in that game. Because we tied Lyon, then we got red card in Lyon. We lost to Newcastle. We lost to Wolves 1-0. We tied Bournemouth, and Bournemouth had a red card. There's a little bit, actually, he makes a good point. There's been a lot of red cards in our matches recently. So, yeah. 3 in a row in Europa. Yeah. Yeah. Athletic, Lyon. Well, not really necessarily in a row because we played Athletic, we played Lyon, so that was 2. But the first leg of Lyon, there was no red. But then it went to Sociedad of the last game. So 2 in a row, 3 out of the 4 in Europa League. Lenny Yoro interview on Sky is very good. Try to check this out if you haven't. I've seen it. I read a little bit of what he said. I didn't watch it, but I read the quotes. No, I'm not having that, Rajab. We're not saying we're very lucky. We're We weren't very lucky. We weren't very lucky. We were doing all right. Bilbao, it's their fault. Deserved red card. We weren't lucky. They committed a red card and a penalty. And yeah, um, weren't lucky. Lion says the Max won while playing golf was also a good interview. 3 ties in a row. McGuire bowling, says Custard 123. Yeah. Yeah. But you know what? That just means that I actually take it, Custard, as that just kind of means that we're doing something decently right at some level. I think we're still sort of struggling to be consistent with actually finishing, but in terms of being a little bit dangerous and creating chances in the attack, I think that I think we're doing a good job there because we're sort of forcing these teams into mistakes or bad challenges, and they're getting red cards because of it. So I take it as a positive. I think it's good. I don't think it's I'm not. I don't think it's like, oh, we're getting lucky with the Reds. I think because the way we're doing things, in certain areas, I think the only thing we struggle with is consistency of putting the ball in the net. But I think actually, if you look at some of the statistics, I mean, when we have 25 shots, but we have 2 on target, like, some of them are far, but, XG has been quite high for some of the games combined and stuff like that. But we're just not converting at times. So I think we have that sort of threat there that makes them a little bit nervous, but we're just not consistent enough. We're not in terms of putting the ball in the back of the net. So I think we're doing a good job there. I think Lions, he's saying that because I think he's talking about the red card and that, like, we went up a man. Rajat says doubt Tah will come. He will go to Bayern. Well, he could very well go. I mean, it could be from agents, and maybe he's trying to get Bayern to move quicker or maybe get a higher price because, you could be from his agent trying to say, you're not the only ones interested in him. We might choose to go somewhere else. So make sure you make us a good offer and you make it quick. Could be very well. Or maybe we have a chance to sign him. I mean, we got to see how it kind of develops a little bit. So, kidding, but kind of lucky that they got booking. I mean, but see, to me, that's not really lucky. I mean, it's how football goes. We made a good attacking, display at that moment. It was, we were in a good position. It was a good cross coming in. The players, Rasmus made a good run and followed the ball well, and I think he was going to score if he wasn't held back, and we forced him into that situation. So I don't necessarily consider those things luck. I think that's us doing what we're supposed to be doing and being threatening and making the opposition nervous and making the opposition sort of unable to handle us in the attack. And that's why that situation arose, because he panicked, right? Because he knew instinctively, if he's beaten me already, and I'm already late, and if I don't somehow try and stop him, I mean, he's going to score this tap in, and that's why he grabbed him and held him back, So, I think we'll see a very professional performance. I expect it. I mean, Ruben's already talked about it yesterday when he did the post-match press conference and stuff. And again, I expect no less from the message that's going to come from Ruben. And I also, even some of the players like Bruno and Maguire, speaking yesterday, similar message. I expect them to. I expect them to do that. The only thing I will say again that we have to make sure that we do as a team is that we have to make sure that we don't do what we've been sort of doing in these matches. Again, when I'm looking at this, right, I think Bournemouth match, we could have won it, but we killed ourselves with the bad play in the back and gave them a goal and made it harder for ourselves. And we need to stop conceding the first goal because it puts us in a horrible position. It happens sometimes, but not at the rate we're doing it. Wolves was the same thing. It wasn't the same thing, but they scored from a free kick, right? And we played sort of our rotated squad. Newcastle, we just got outplayed and obliterated, and that's something different. The Lyon match happened twice where, we were up, we blew the lead, we were up a man, don't know how we blew the lead, went down, and then came back and won because we still had the advantage in the man, but we managed to come back in the first leg. We were up comfortably, and our goalkeeper made two very bad mistakes, and we ended up tying that match. Versus City, it was a boring 0-0 draw. Versus Forest, we played better than Forest. We had the better chances. We did better than them. We gave away a goal that should never happen. We let one player run about 80 yards of the pitch untouched. They had one shot, and they beat us on that. So there's a lot of these games like we shouldn't be necessarily losing these matches. We need to convert our chances better, and we got to stop making those little stupid mistakes. So again, for me, I think the most important thing for Thursday, even tomorrow, not tomorrow, even for Sunday against Brentford, we must make sure that we don't give away a cheap, stupid goal in the first 20-25 minutes of the match. We need to be turned on, we need to be focused, and we need to be executing properly on the pitch. Because these cheap goals that we are gifting to teams and are allowing to happen early on in the games are killing us. Especially because sometimes we struggle to score a goal, let alone multiple goals. So we're just making it harder for ourselves. If we gift them a goal and we go down 1-0, they can defend a bit more. We have to expose ourselves a bit more. They're going to be more compact, and they're gonna try and counterattack. We're kind of playing into their hands. So we gotta end that little cycle. That little thing has to be ended. Has to be cut off. Custard says Spurs are in more danger of a comeback on AstroTurf. Yeah, 100% agree. I think United's halfway getting to the final. Oh no, 100%. I mean, listen, we have barring an absolute catastrophe, we should be there. Again, it's not that it can't happen, but this is pretty standard procedure for anybody, any club. You have a 3-0 lead. You went away from home. You got an amazing result. You're bringing it back to your house, and you have just one job, and just go out there and perform and hold it down, and make sure you're strong. And it should. I don't like to use this word because people make it sound like we go out there and be in gear one, but it should be sort of a formality. If you keep it professional and you're focused, we shouldn't have problems like that. We shouldn't have problems. So Spurs are going to find it tough. Well, especially them. Their situation's a little bit more different because they let up that goal. And it's 2-0. And I think it's going to be important who scores the first goal in that match. Because if Bodo score first, the dynamic and the feeling of that game is going to change very quickly. If Spurs score, they'll be a little bit more comfortable and a little bit more confident. But if Bodo scores first, I can see the potential for sort of a collapse. So it's going to be interesting. We'll see what happens. Maybe Luke Shaw will start Thursday. Maybe Luke will start on Sunday. Yeah, I think it's going to be... I don't know what he's going to... I think, well, one, he has to rotate for sure. And I think, well, considering Maz can't play because he's close to being injured, says Ruben... what are we gonna do about that? Because there's no Delo. maybe he plays a kid. Maybe he calls up one of the kids and plays him wing back. Maybe he shifts Dorgu to the right and plays Shaw on the left. And then maybe gives Ahmad some minutes at wing back on the right hand side, because Ahmad can't. I don't think Ahmad can give more than maybe 30 minutes. So I don't expect Ahmad to start in any capacity. But it's going to be quite interesting. Bodo Glimt gave us a very difficult game at Old Trafford, and that too home match. They did. No, they're not. You know, they're not a rollover team. They're actually quite tough for a small club. Dan says, I also don't think against Wolves and against Bournemouth we're going at a full speed. It was just don't get injured. Custard says, stay calm, it'll be fine, and keep good distance between the fullbacks and central defenders. Yeah, don't have McDonald's Big Mac that day. He's not fat anymore. I don't know why people still make fun of him for his weight. He's not fat anymore. He's good. He's not fat anymore. He was fat at one time. I hate playing on Sunday. It messes up the Saturday. It does. And I hate these games, to be quite honest. I actually, this is one of the things I want to be back in Champions League. I really hate the schedule. I hate playing. I mean, for you guys, maybe it's a little different, but for me, because I'm in the States and I live in New York, like the match is at 9 a.m. on Sunday, and I absolutely hate it. I hate it. I hate it being so early. Once in a while I get lucky and you get the last match, which is around 11:30 in the morning or something like that, which is better because it's more around afternoon. So I'd rather have that. But these matches are, I mean, they're annoying. Actually, the fact that we're playing Thursday and then we're playing Sunday, we should be playing at a later time. I don't understand why we're playing the early. I mean, there's probably a bigger game. That's probably why. So, there's Chelsea at Liverpool 11:30. Well, that makes more sense as to why they scheduled it that way. So yeah, but I hate it, man. I hate it. I don't like, and we tend to not play well on the Sunday matches that are the earliest. I don't know if that's just like a jinx or something, but we tend to not do great. So, Custard says, I think there could be a few upsets in the league this weekend. European teams resting players. I mean, listen, there's a couple. Let's look at the sort of standings that's updated here. Liverpool are playing Chelsea. Chelsea are in 5th, and Liverpool are in 5th. I mean, Chelsea are in 5th, and they're in 60 points. Forest, same points as them. Newcastle 2 points above them. And City right now are up to 3rd, but they're gonna have an extra match played because they're playing the match now. And then you have Villa on 57, so it's very tight in between these positions here. So yeah, I mean, unless Wolves does us a favor and somehow kind of draws this match with them and makes City drop some points. I mean, City are struggling to kind of beat Wolves. It's only 1-0 still, and City are home. So maybe CUNHA, do us a favor before you come to us. Get a last minute equalizer. Take 2 points from them. I'd love nothing more than for Manchester City to be in the Europa League next season. It would be awesome. It'd be awesome. And Arsenal's playing Bournemouth. Villa's playing Fulham. West Ham's playing Spurs. Yeah, West Ham Spurs is a big game. I mean, it's London. Arsenal might lose. Lion says that's because the players are still pissed from the Saturday night. I don't understand why they cannot just have Europa League run at the same time as Champions League, because it's money. TV viewership. for example, like, United doesn't United's so United's in Europa League. We play Thursday. So what do we do Tuesday and Wednesday? We watch the Champions League, right? Um, so we watch Champions League Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we also watch United on Thursday, right? Um, so it's just more money from the TV aspect. That's why they do that. So they get viewership and they could get bigger contracts. So they could say, look at the viewership numbers when they go to negotiate these contracts with the broadcasting networks. It's always about money. It's always about money, unfortunately. But I want to do these couple updates. So there was one, Ralph. I mean, Ralph was speaking today, or he spoke today somewhere, and Ralph Ranick said on the problems at Manchester United currently, and said they needed to make a few basic changes, and since then they've spent 700 to 750 million pounds, which I'm kind of I'm a bit confused by Ralph there because Ralph, you once upon a time said that we needed major open heart surgery. So I don't know how you have major open heart surgery, but then we needed to make a few basic changes and then highlight that we spent 700 to 750 million pounds. I'm a bit confused, Ralphie. I'm a bit confused. Um, you know, if we needed major open heart surgery, then how at the same time did we need to make a few basic changes? And doesn't major open heart surgery maybe, I mean, I don't know if it necessarily translates to spending 700 to 750 million, but I would assume if you need major open heart surgery, you would probably need to spend a basic amount of money. So um but yeah, I think he's still taking sort of shots at United because I don't think he's still happy with the Glazers and the people in charge like Richard Arnold and whatnot, and how they went about the situation and handled the situation. And I think this is more of him just calling them out, saying, that they're idiots. And it wasn't actually that big of a deal. And they just needed to make some changes that he considers basic changes. And they've spent this ridiculous amount of money. And once again, have gone the wrong way about it. So, oh yeah, they did him dirty for sure. Custard says, whoever loses out of West Ham and Spurs might finish bottom outside the relegate. Whoever loses out, West Ham and Spurs might finish a bottom outside the relegate. Oh yeah. Well, what? Yeah, I mean, West Ham is there. I mean, they're in 17th, and Tottenham. I mean, shit. Tottenham also. I mean, we're close too, but we could at least, if we win, we can at least go to 13th and jump Wolves at this current time. If they don't draw or win this current match. Um, and with the remaining amounts of games, if we get some good results, maybe we can get 12th. It's sort of ended there, but it's not good. Custer says Ralph would have spent way better. Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, Ralph, and I'm just saying because like he said this, and I'm just trying to think like I do agree when he said with the whole major surgery type of thing, but I just like I'm like, but you're most famous for for saying we need major open heart surgery. So maybe the quote was taken a little bit out of context, and we didn't get the whole thing. But I'm like, you say we need major open heart surgery. Fast forward down the line, it says make a few basic changes. It doesn't hit the same. But yeah, I mean, again, I would love nothing more here. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I will be able to find it, but I want to see if I can find the article. From 2022. This is the BBC. I want to see if I can find. Um, I want to see if I could find. There was a list from Ralph where he literally name dropped like 3 or 4 players in a press conference, and like all of those players went on to be good players at other clubs, and our club basically told him, we're not getting you anybody. And I was like, this is how you know that we have morons in charge. If I could find here. Ranić says Man United board blocked 3 January transfers. So if I could get the list for it. Interim boss Ranić revealed he told the United board of the need to sign a striker before the transfer deadline, but was told by the board it was not possible to do a deal. That was despite Ranić identifying 3 strikers: Luis Diaz, Julian Alvarez, and Dusan Vlahovic. And that was just with the strikers. He had another list of people. Remember, Greenwood got suspended at that time. Cavani was unreliable fitness-wise. And he said we lost 3 strikers long term. And we should have tried to sign a player in the 48 hours that we had. And this is why they're incompetent. So, yeah. There was another list. Like, there was like 4 or 5 players that he name dropped them in a press conference, and all of them were good. But there was also the article about him today. He said I'm just reading what he said. He said they could actually win. They could actually, with a win in the Europa League, still save the season, because then they will be in the Champions League. Everything else would be a disappointment, and it will be interesting to see what will happen. They have signed a coach in the middle of the season who plays with a 3 or 5 back, and the squad was built based on a 4 system. This is what you see when you see them play, especially in Premier League games against the opponents against which Manchester United normally has to win. Sure, in the Europa League they have, usually with the result against Lyon, you are eliminated. They have turned it around, and of course the stadium had a huge effect. This is what he said. They then go on to say, in the years that have followed Ranić's departure, Ranić's statements while at the club have proved particularly persistent. Not only did the club fork out massive fees on the likes of Antony, Rasmus, and Casemiro under Ten Hag for a combined fee of £218 million, but they continued to hand out huge wages. Yeah, since Ranić left, we bought Antony for £86 million, Rasmus for £72 million, Casemiro for £60 million, Mason Mount for £60 million, Lisandro Martinez for £55 million, Lenny for £52 million, Ugarte for £51 million, Onana for £43 million, Delit for £43 million, Xerxes for £36.5 million, Dorgu for £29.4 million, Maz for £17 million, Malacia for 14.6, Amrabat, £8 million for a loan fee. I mean, that's, when you think about it, that's fucking stupid as well. We paid 4.3 million for Binder. Weghorst, we paid 2.5 million loan fee, and Dubrovka, we paid a 2 million loan fee. Yeah, so I mean, again, just pure incompetence that we had at the time, and hopefully Ineos go in a different direction. Dan says it's funny how he said they needed to make a few basic changes when he was here. He said it was open when he. Yeah, I think again, I think he's talking. I think he's kind of talking crap, saying that like the club needed open heart surgery, but because he's smart and he knows what to do, um, it was very basic for him, and it was very easy to fix. Because to be fair, he said that it wouldn't take a lot of time when he said the open heart surgery thing. He said you could do it in 2 to 3 windows if you do it. So I think that's kind of what he's trying to say. Like, the club needed open heart surgery, but I think he was saying that he's sort of a master surgeon. So, the daunting task is sort of very basic for him to be able to accomplish because he could do it quite easily and quite quickly. And it's not like that. It's actually not that major for him. With the matter of rotations, we need to do. I don't think any of the intention is to win the league. Wait, what? What did they do to him? Says Rajat. Well, what did they do to him? Well, he was supposed to be a consultant. And he was supposed to essentially become, I guess, sort of our director of football, but not directly director of football. But he was brung in to be interim. Sorry. Brung in to be interim. Overview the squad for the remaining of the season while we figure out who the next manager is going to be, because they didn't have an idea or a clue, because United operate without a plan and any idea. So he was going to assess the squad. And then in the summer, he was supposed to be rebuild the squad, and he was supposed to go upstairs and let United know which players need to be sold, which players are no good, and then identify targets for Manchester United to go and get and bring them into the club in the summer and rebuild the team. They then decided when they went with Erik ten Hag, whether Erik ten Hag wanted him or not, and this is why United don't operate with a clear plan, and they go without a clear structure and identity, and it's why we've been in a mess. That was their original plan. They didn't like the comments that Ralph was saying. They didn't like that he said that United has problems and they need open heart surgery. They didn't like that. They then also tried to blame shift and say that because the football was shit on the pitch, even though that wasn't why we bring him there. We didn't bring him to be a manager. We bring him to rebuild the squad. It has nothing to do with him getting results on the pitch. That was the plan, for him to go upstairs. When they went for Ten Hag, and Ten Hag made all the demands that Ten Hag made, we gave Ten Hag all the power. And Ten Hag, whether he wanted to work with Ralph or not, they just decided to kick Ralph Rangnick out the door and just throw him out. So that's because we had morons in charge with no idea of what they were doing and no plan, and no balls to follow the plan either. They were always chopping and changing. It's the same thing as to why Ali got the contract that he got at the time that he got. I mean, if you remember, they said no decision will be made on the manager until the season is over. Ali went on a run, and like however long it was, 6 weeks later, I mean, I know you got Rio saying give him whatever he wants, but at this point, Rio is just a fan. So just because Rio says something, the club shouldn't be operating off of Rio say anyway. But they told us no decision would be made on the manager. But because Ali went on a good run, and everybody was hyped about Ali, and they're singing Ali's at the wheel, they then all of a sudden just woke up one day and they were just like, here's a contract, get Ole Gunnar Solskjaer signed. And then we all know how that went and ended up. And that's why we are where we are, because morons. So the list was really good. Alvarez, Guardiola, I remember. They were cheap. Nkunku. Yeah, I mean, no, it was a good list. And they were available for good fees as well. If Rangnick was allowed to take up the consultant role, he would have sorted out within 2 years. I mean, I think we would be in a better position And the club would have gone in a different direction than we went in from when they kicked him out to now. I think we would probably be in a better position. Um, because again, we had people in there that were just had no clue what they were doing, totally inexperienced, totally idiotic. Um, did he mean the players or the structure? I think he meant in terms of just um I guess the way they operate. And maybe maybe getting in a couple players, but also like the way they were bringing in players. Do basic changes. Maybe he was talking about the squad in terms of players, and maybe he felt like he didn't need to change. I mean, he said we need open hearts. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I tried to read, but he didn't really say. Um, Axis Rennick was sodomized by the Glazers. That is what has happened. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it was necessarily the Glazers, but like, because again, I think that I know the Glazers own it, but I don't know how involved the Glazers again get involved. I really feel like they hired their CEO and they let their CEO just do whatever they want. So I don't know how much the Glazers were necessarily paying attention to what Ralph was saying. I would assume the CEO was doing that sort of thing, and maybe it was more on Richard Arnold. Now, obviously, the Glazers get the extension to that because they hired Richard Arnold and they put him in charge. You know what I mean? But I just feel like the Glazers really don't pay attention too much to anything that goes on. I mean, for fuck's sake, they didn't even know when we signed Ronaldo. One of the greatest players we ever produced. And played for us. They didn't even know when we signed him. They didn't have a clue about shit. So, they're really clueless. And yeah, we might have Nagelsmann by now. I mean, we could have had all types of things. He basically single-handed redesigned German football. Yeah. He was a horrible manager, to be honest. And yeah, I get that. But that's the whole point, Axe. Like, because I used to see a lot of United fans say that, like, bro, he was a shit manager. And I'm like, yeah, but the point is, like, he wasn't supposed to be the manager. Like, I don't I don't give a shit what he did on the pitch in terms of a manager, because being a manager and building a squad is two different things. Being able to identify players and have like proper scouting and buying players and identifying their characteristics and how much you should pay for them is different than managing a team and a squad. And at some point it became that. I mean, there was a lot of our fans were like, it was sort of backing Ralph being sacked because they were like, look at the results on the pitch. And I was like, bro, but where did you people not understand that, like, he was supposed to be a consultant? Nobody's advocating for him to be the manager. Um, Nobody's saying for him to be the manager. He was just supposed to be essentially like a director of football. And just identify the correct players and bring them to the squad for the manager to use. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it didn't go well for him. I mean, the results weren't good, but him being the manager had nothing to do with the situation. He should have never been manager, though. That was the peak player power, too. And you're right, Custard. You're right. It was peak player power. And they clearly down tools. And that's why they should have followed up on it. And they should have doubled down and been like, and kicked them all out. But again, like they did to Mourinho, they stabbed one of the authority figures that aren't players. They stabbed them in the back. They kicked them out of the club, and they went with the players. So, Ollie targets were good too, though. He wanted Haaland when he was in Norway. He did, but they just couldn't do anything, right? These people in charge were, these people were highly incompetent. So, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer also identified good players. Nobody gave a shit. Then Ralph was brought in to identify players and ended up replacing Solskjaer. Yeah, I mean, they just didn't do what they were supposed to do, and they didn't do it for a long time. And this is what I say when I bring up that, like, you know, we've been operating without a clear cut and plan, and this is what I try to say: the difference between what we had and what Ineos is doing. Like, you don't have to be happy with everything Ineos is doing, and it doesn't mean that Ineos is going to be successful. But like with Ineos, I think it's more clear to see that they have their plan and they're actually trying to like follow through with it, and they're not just like changing on a whim every like 3 months based on what the fans are saying or what's happening. Like they have set goals and identification, and like they have a structured plan that they built. If it works or not is a different story, but it's not the same as what we had before. We were fucking winging shit. Before we were like, you know, we had a plan. Things got bad. We'd be like a fucking ostrich or something. We'd bury our head in the sand till, you know, everything went away, and then we'd pop back up and be like, we got a brilliant idea. Let's do this, and do like a complete 180 to what we were doing and what we were saying. So, Dan says the old regime was to buy players if they had a big name that could sell shirts and get people excited. The new regime is to buy people who are effective in the roles at the top level, like Cunha. Yeah, and that was also a big one too. You know, it was very commercialism as well. Especially the Ed Woodward. The Ed Woodward part was very commercialism. Was super commercialism. I mean, him buying Bastian Schweinsteiger and saying things like people will be afraid when they see Schweinsteiger on the pitch, while everybody else that actually had a clue and a you know, a brain cell in their brain left about football was like, what Schweinsteiger is like at the end of his career. You're not buying prime Schweinsteiger. You're buying a declining Schweinsteiger. That should have been the biggest indication ever, and we probably should have just had all the matches called off until Ed Woodward left. Because I mean, if that just shows you that they weren't just going out and buying names for commercialism because it's Schweinsteiger, you know what I mean? Um, it was a disaster. Cunha has to prove himself at Old Trafford first of all. I mean, yeah, every player does. But I think in terms of identification of players, and what they like, I think any player we get has to prove themselves when they come to United, regardless. But I think the difference is like he is sort of a big player, but I think even the minimizing of, again, I think operating kind of like what City did, paying no more than really 60 million for any player, building a strong base in the squad and kind of spreading the money out and not doing these sort of crazy deals. Paying 60 million for Cunha and giving him 180,000 a week wage is way better than paying 80 million for Antony, who played in the Dutch league, and then giving him whatever wage we gave him. It's better than paying the 80 million that we paid for Sancho and giving him the whatever 250,000 a week or whatever it is. You know, so he still has to come and he still has to prove himself, because every player has to do that regardless of you buy them. But I think just the way that they're sort of going about the deals is it's more smarter. It's minimizing the risk a little bit more than before. So you know, still Bastion was dropped like I'm not gonna say that, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean he was too. You know, they weren't treated best either. So um but we got this other little update, by the way. So apparently Sir Jim Ratcliffe, since we're talking about hierarchy and whatnot. Apparently, Sir Jim Ratcliffe is exploring the sale of his French side Nice. This has led to much speculation going on social media, saying New York-based investment bank Lazard has been tasked with finding a buyer for the League One club and is looking for a price of 250 million euros. Any potential sale of Nice is complicated by the uncertainty surrounding the League One broadcast deal. That's coming from the Athletic and the New York Times. Now, I've seen a big debate about, because yesterday there was some nonsense story saying that Sir Jim was looking to sell Nice so that he can get the funds or he can raise funds to buy Manchester United outright from the Glazers. I think that's a load of nonsense for multiple reasons. Number one, Nice only cost 250 million. So if he's going to raise capital, he's going to have to sell a lot more things than just Nice to outright buy United. Number two, the Glazers don't want a full sale, and they're not going to do a full sale for probably at least the next 5 to 10 years. So there's that. They never wanted a full sale, and they were never going to do it. And if they were going to do it, I think Sir Jim can already kind of technically do it, considering he has a net worth of about $18.7 billion. And that's in assets, or whatever it is, dollars, pounds, whatever it is. And he could also do it by funding, like he done with the acquisition of BP, which is British Petroleum Chemicals for Ineos. He didn't liquidate and pay $5 billion upfront. He got investors and they took it over in a different financial way. So I believe, and I know the Glazers, they were never going to sell the club fully. It was never going to happen. They would have taken any option, whether it was 1 million, 2 million, couple million, couple hundred million investment from anybody, and anybody there, they would have taken it partial. It was never going to happen. So I think what this could mean, though, is he could be looking to increase his stake a little bit more. And I think the most realistic path forward for Sir Jim Ratcliffe and Ineos is him slowly but surely, little by little, buying small percentages more of Manchester United over the course of the next few years. And maybe with the sale of Nice, he can take this sort of money and invest more of it into United, like he already did in a certain way, where he invested about 300 million initially, and he invested, I think, another extra 150 million for something else. So he might be able to use this money to invest more. Maybe he gets an extra couple percent in his ownership. He already did that once before. He already increased it about 2%. So maybe this is the better and easier way for him to do it, considering also that the Glazers are asking for an overinflated price. And I know how they operate, and Manchester United is their golden goose asset, and they will keep it at all costs. They will do whatever it takes. And they will do a deal with whoever they got to do a deal with that allows them to have the majority and allows them to continue to make money from this football club. Unless somebody comes in with an absolutely ridiculous offer, and it's already overinflated. I think we're valued by Forbes now at about 4.6 billion, and that's because the Glazers were asking for 5, and that's because the Sheikh made his offer of around there. So I think they used that real world sort of bid to up the value, but the Glazers want a 7. They pushed the Sheikh to 5, and they said they want 7 billion. So this is what I'm trying to say. They were never serious about selling. They were never going to do it wholesale. So So we'll see what this happens. I think the most likely logical thing that's coming out of this, maybe there's some ties to the whole, owning multiple clubs and them being in sort of European competitions. That might have an aspect too. Maybe he uses this money and he kind of puts it a little bit into Manchester United as well. So we'll see. But that's probably going to take a little bit long as well, considering also that there's uncertainty around the League One broadcasting deal. But supposedly there's some interested parties in there. So that's sort of interesting, and I guess we'll see how that goes. How that goes. But there was also some updates about the cuts that we've made. And Sir Jim Ratcliffe's latest round of job cuts is set to claim Manchester United's longest serving employee. I don't know who that is. After 200 more staff discovered that they were in danger of being axed. Marie Maron, United's highly respected football administrator, is likely to leave at the end of the season after 46 years at Old Trafford. And then this was that the 200 staff who are at risk were informed in a series of meetings this week. Marie is understood to have been told on Monday, while others received a text on Thursday morning advising them to attend a meeting at Old Trafford. Again, we knew these cuts were coming. They've been talking about them since December or something like that. Sir Jim talked about it when he did the interviews in sort of the end of January and in February. Again, I know people get very upset about people sort of losing their job. Listen, it's not the nicest thing, but the world works this way. And also, not for nothing, but if you've worked for Manchester United, I think you should be able to put that on your CV and get a very good job somewhere else anyway. So I don't think, some people, I'm just saying, like, some people talk about it in a manner like these people are going to be homeless now because they're losing their job. And I'm like, but this happens all over the world, like every day. People either quit the jobs or they get fired from their jobs or, and most people persist and they end up finding another job and they're okay. So, you know, but Axe is somebody that says we can't accept this. Why isn't he cutting the paycheck of Barada and etc.? I mean, but why he? But if the if our business, let's put it this way: if our club is overinflated with staff, and we can downsize and operate more cost effectively, here's the thing that I argue. People and fans say Manchester United is not a charity, and they say that when it comes to players who are getting paid these ridiculous wages who don't perform. And that's fair enough. But if we're not a charity for players who underperform and are overpaid, then why should we necessarily be a charity for staff at Manchester United that we don't necessarily need and is overinflated? And obviously, we haven't been doing a good job because we have been unsuccessful for the past 12, 13 years. So clearly, there's something wrong in there as well, and we have to clean it up. So, these things sort of have to happen. They do at a certain level. I mean, again, like we've known for quite some time, our scouting network is overinflated. We have more scouts. We have double, or we had, I think at one point, we had double the scouts, triple the scouts of basically every team in Europe. Why? Meanwhile, our scouting network wasn't even working correctly in the way that we were doing recruitment because we weren't doing good recruitment. So we're over employing scouts. We're not doing the proper processes, and it's not working for us. So we're losing money all over the place. You have too many people. Was he charitable for 46 years? No, of course. He was useful. Now they will just extra work to the people who remain. But you know what? That's how these things go, especially when you're bleeding money. When you're bleeding money and you're in a bad financial position, there are people out there that they will they do a good job, and they're gonna have to work more. And if they don't want it, they can quit as well, and they can go and get another job. But there are many people willing to do it. There's prime examples of it. Elon did the same thing at sort of Twitter, where he gutted the entire thing. There was people there that they were more than happy to stay. I mean, he offered them, listen, they're gonna get paid a financial package as well. I mean, it's not like that just they get kicked out for nothing. They get some type of a severance package to carry them over. But yeah, I mean, there was people in there that were more than willing to take on all the work, and they'll work 14, 15, 16, 17 hours. And it's to stabilize the company. It's to stabilize the football club. And at one point, hopefully, if we do what we need to do, we don't need to be doing this after a certain period of time, but we sort of need to clean this up as well. So, it is certainly an issue. Lion says 46 years, so she should be near retirement anyway, right? I mean, I guess I don't know how old she is. Anyway, so but yeah, these things, we got to clean up the football club. I think we're overinflated and overemployed in many positions in Manchester United. What I don't want though is we can't be getting rid of the most important part is that we can't get rid of good people, and I mean, when I say good people, I mean good workers that actually do their job to the best of the ability, that are actually excellent in their roles. We can't be getting rid of them because they might cost too much money, and then not replace them with the sort of same level of output. So we've hired somebody from F1. I don't know how that translates necessarily. He works for Mercedes. I don't know if this guy is getting paid less money than, I guess, one of the people that he's sort of replacing. That's a dangerous line that we shouldn't really be going down. Because the point of these cuts is to sort of trim the fat and the excess and the sort of underperforming, and kind of clean it up. And what you're supposed to do in these situations is keep the high performing people in place, so that the club operates to the highest level of ability for the least amount of waste. Line says the amount of directors of this and directors of that is crazy. I mean, no, listen. We are definitely 100% been overinflated for quite some time. I think I know we're like a massive football club in terms of just fans and brand and shit like that, but when we have double or triple the amount of people working at the football club, and there's other football clubs that have half of what we have, and they're operating better than us, and more efficiently than us, there's obviously a problem somewhere. So he spent 12 million on Ashworth, now is firing honest workers to save money. Yeah, he made a mistake. I think whether he spent 12 million on Ashworth or not, I think he was still going to be firing these people. So I mean, I don't think him spending 12 million and hiring and sacking Ashworth would have saved these people regardless. So I don't necessarily see how that correlates. He said he made a mistake, he owned up to it, but I don't know how the spending of the 12 million on Ashworth, these people were still going to lose their jobs. I think they've been pretty clear about it, that they deem that there is excessive waste going on at Manchester United, and it's overinflated for what we need to do operational wise. And actually, probably over a course of a time. I mean, I don't know how long it takes, but uh, one of the things is, I mean, if you look at operational costs for Manchester United, what we make, I think we make around 650 million, somewhere around there. I think it depends with European as well, but we make a revenue of about 650 million. So ticket sales and all that sort of stuff, merchandise and whatnot. 3/4 of it, or a little bit more, are going just for operational costs. So that's why they're trying to, I guess, cut down the operational costs, so we have more money to improve things over time as well. At the football club, maybe they could spend a little bit more on transfers. Maybe they can spend a little bit more on facilities, a gym equipment, and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise that we're in a mess, because the Glazers have put it here. So, unfortunately, Sir Jim is kind of cleaning up their dirty mess. And he's doing what they're actually, I mean, they should be doing, because I mean, they shouldn't have let it got to where they got it to. But to fix it, you got to make these cuts anyway. So, we got some updates about CUNHA. I'm seeing Rudy Galletti has apparently said agreement in principle with Matheus Cunha on a contract structured through 2030. Minor details remain. Agreement on personal terms is very close. Talks between United and Matheus Cunha's entourage have progressed in their last meeting. And that was 1 minute ago. Fabrizio Romano, 8 minutes ago, saying Christopher Vell was in attendance at the game between Betis and Fiorentina last night to follow players, as he always does. So Vivell doing his job, scouting some players. Interesting. Fabrizio also giving us another update about Antony, saying the desire at Real Betis is to do everything possible to keep Antony at the club. Betis are said to be more than happy with him. Well, I'll tell you what, Real Betis, just pay the fee that we want, and you can fucking have him. You know, you know, if your desire is really that strong and you're willing to do everything possible, then how about don't offer us a loan with an option to buy next summer, and how about you give us our money, so you can take him and you can move on and we can move on and we can use the money to get the players that we need and that we want. You know, sounds real easy, but I feel like they'll make it a bit more complicated. Because once you start mentioning money, that's when the pockets start getting a little bit tight for some of these teams. You know, like Dortmund, when they did with Sancho, and they were making the little social media posts talking about and doing little presses talking about how fantastic he was. But then when it came to paying his fee, but that's too expensive for us. Well, if he's that good, you would pay it. So, put your money where your mouth is, Betis. That's what I'll tell them. Put your money where your mouth is. Checking to see any other news. Yeah, a lot of Cunha watch going on. People clipping up. Sam Wallace, Telegraph, I believe, says Harry Maguire wants a new contract at Manchester United beyond the end of next season. I would ideally like to finish his career at Old Trafford. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's going to necessarily get it. Maybe they give it to him. It depends, I guess, what he wants and what he agrees to and what we offer. It could probably go in a couple different ways. Depending on the circumstances for Maguire. I mean, if he really wants to, maybe he'd be willing to take a little bit of a pay cut, which would maybe make a little bit more sense to giving him, it depends, like a 2 or 3 year contract. to finish out his career. But I guess it depends how those sorts of negotiations go. I think they can just let it run out, and let it be, but they can also kind of negotiate with him and maybe bring it down about 50,000 less a week, which he gets to stay. So I don't know. It depends on what he wants and what the club do, I guess. Um, Again, I think he's proven to be a good player over the past 2 seasons or so. And I think whether he's a starter or a squad player, I think we can use him, especially in this system. This is the system that he probably would have always probably flourished in, or earlier from as well. So but I don't really see any other news. I think there was some things from Ruben that he said. Um, Jonathan Tah, 29 years of age, starter in Leverkusen team, established international at the highest level, free transfer, and knows the 3-4-3 system. Well, that is true as well. He plays that system as well. So, uh, let me see. There was quotes from Ruben that I wanted to get into. Uh, but let me see. Lion says mental health coach on 160K a year. Damn right they're gone. Yeah, that was that was this is the thing I'm talking about. I mean, we had all sorts of things that who knows what the hell is really going on behind the scenes. I mean, unless you're in charge and you could see everything fully, you only know what we get fed. We didn't know anything about a mental health coach being there and getting paid 160,000 a year. So, um, what am I talking about? Well, you clearly missed the story at one point. So I'll pull it up for you. Um, but yes. Do 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 do. Why is it doing that? I mean, this is probably gonna get buried somewhere. So, I don't know if I could find it because United make quite a amount of posts about mental health and stuff like that, and obviously with the views that they get. So let me see if I can find it somewhere. I mean, they just take over the whole narrative. Like, yeah, it's been buried somewhere. It's been buried somewhere. I don't have time to find it, but yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we had a mental health coach at Manchester United that was getting paid 160,000 a year. Um, and that's too much for even that position. So and clearly that it wasn't necessary either that to have that, because clearly it didn't really work. And I don't know when they bring that person in, but now back to my quotes, because that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna do my quotes. My quotes is Ruben on the results of the Premier League compared to Europa League and players' momentum. And he said, in this moment, it is hard. It is hard to separate. We know that we have always a responsibility, but in this moment, we have to take a risk. There are some positions that we do not have more players. For example, Maz cannot play. He is in the limit to get an injury. That was that full quote about that. He then continued on to say, we're going to deal with that and prepare a game against a team they want to be in the great moment. We have always a responsibility to perform. We have always a responsibility of the result. But in this moment, we have to be clear. Our focus is more on saving players and trying to be competitive. It is not a good thing to say, but we need to understand the context. So, the person was outside from the mental health workers they already employed. Yeah, it was outsourced, right? Um, I mean, I'll find it later, like the exact article and stuff. I'll put it in the Discord, because it's one of those things that's gotten buried. If you type in like Manchester United mental health workers sacked, like it doesn't pop up. So, um, it gets buried by Manchester United posting, stuff about mental health awareness and stuff like that. Um, but Ruben Amorim also was talking about Ahmad today, and he said, it was really tough on us because in this moment, he was a player that created all the situations and passed a little bit for Bruno. So to lose a player like that in that moment with a lot of games was really hard for us, and especially for Ahmad because he was leaving a good moment, but now he's returning. You can feel that he is not so explosive at the moment, but he is a player with characteristic left foot, different from Garnacho, that has one against one, and we don't have many players that can do that. So it's massive for us, and he is one more option to play. Um, and then he spoke in the rotation, saying, the first thing is that the players that are in risk to get injured will not play. No matter what, we need to take a risk in that. And then we are going to assess tomorrow and the next day, because I think he said this last night. So, next day, who are the best players to start the game? Then we have to be careful because we are Manchester United and we cannot go to a game without thinking we can win this game. So the process is going to be like that. It's going to be tough, but we passed so many things this year. This one more, let's see. Um, Ruben Amorim. Um, yeah, we did the Casemiro one. Yeah, and he didn't really have much to say. I'm just searching to see if there's anything else that we sort of didn't go over today. But if you guys want to talk about anything, you can just say it in the chat, and we could just talk about it for a little bit to kind of close out the show. Um, anything that we didn't think about, or talk about, or if you have any questions, um, I'll answer them. Uh, if that's what you want to do. Uh, did anyone watch the Owen Hargreaves interview on the High Performance podcast? Was this recent? Or did he do this a while ago? Um, because I didn't see it yesterday. No, I didn't watch it. I didn't even know he did it. I didn't. That's the first that I'm kind of hearing about it. Um, Lions. So maybe I'll check it out later at some point. Uh, but yeah. What was he talking about? What was some of the things he was talking about? Was he talking about like was it about him? Was it about like his injuries? You know, I think he did that quite a bit already. I want to see if I could find this. And United. Bayern candidate injury in United. All right. Yeah, maybe we'll check it out when I get a point. RSV says Arnold and Murta allowed him to have all the control in the market. I think he's talking about Eric Ten Hag. Yeah, they did, and that's why they all share the blame because they all had a part. They all had a part to play. Specifically, a proper football club doesn't operate like that. I know we sort of asked for that, and that's because I mean they're so incompetent that it was kind of. I mean, listen. At the end of the day, we kind of took like a shot in the dark, right? It was like, well, Eric Ten Hag is a football person and he's a football man, and Richard Arnold is not, and Murtaugh, we all kind of said wasn't qualified to be in the position that he was in, and probably shouldn't be there. So we kind of looked at it and we were like, well, it's either them making the decisions or like we'll entrust the manager with it because at least like he has more of an idea of football, but ultimately, realistically, I mean, no, there's no successful club in today's time that literally works that way. I mean, not even Pep does it. Klopp didn't do it. Slot's not doing it at Liverpool. Arteta's not doing it by himself like that. And doesn't have that full control and full power. It doesn't work like that because, um, it's not really the manager's job anyway to kind of do that thing. The manager will have some type of I'll have some sort of idea and I'll have some sort of thought and understanding behind it, but really there's people that are supposed to have positions and jobs that really excel in that. And that's kind of what I was trying to say before with like Ralph. It's one thing to be a coach and a manager. It's another thing to be able to sort of build the squad, and identify like players and how they fit into like a certain system and stuff like that. Um, and identify price points and compatibility for the type of football that's played in the league. It's totally different job. So, it was a thing that didn't wasn't really a great plan, wasn't really structured, and we didn't really know what was going on. Considering the top. I think from a fan perspective, it was probably the best shot we had. Because again, I remember saying I'd rather have Ten Hag have the authority than let Arnold and Murtaugh kind of do it because I always thought that they were quite clueless. But when you compare it to the proper way to do things, I mean, it was far off what everybody else was doing. Now we're more on it, so, or at least we're supposed to be. So, regarding the point about him being a bad manager, the players down tools during his interim tenure because they knew he won't be there long term. The players didn't respect him like they to Ole Gunnar Solskjaer in the short term until he lost the dressing room. Well, yeah, and that was the whole thing. He had the whole thing with Ronaldo as well. And I disagreed with Cristiano Ronaldo about that as well. Um, I didn't agree with Ronaldo's comments about, when he said something about, Ronaldo, when he said Manchester United don't have director of football. I think Ronaldo was completely wrong about that. I respect for what he said about a lot of other things, but when he mentioned Ralph Rangnick and saying, Manchester United never had director of football, and you go and get director of football, and who is this guy? Um, you know, yeah, we never had one, but the times changed, Ronaldo, and you were kind of talking about how, everything at United was still the same. So I never agreed with that point that he made. He obviously had a problem with Ralph there, um, and that didn't go well. Um, so yeah, and again, they didn't do what they were supposed to be doing. RSV, that there was the multiple times they stabbed the manager or people up higher in the hierarchy. They stabbed them in the back, or they went behind their back and they took the player's side, and they kicked these sort of people that are supposed to have authority and have more power than the players. They kicked them out of the club, and they keep the players there. And you know what? If that was the right choice, then we should be in a much better position. But clearly, obviously, that was the wrong thing to do, because it's led us to not improving and actually declining over a certain period. So, um, a week or a year? I believe a year. I believe it was a year. Um, I believe it was a year. Is it mental? They weren't called mental health though. What was it? Therapist? See, I hate this. You type in SAC, therapist, or mental health coach or whatever, and it just brings up stories about Eric Ten Hag being sacked. Like, body language coach. There you go. Body language coach. Yeah, here we go. Body language expert analysis. This is from the Manchester Eating News. Is this the article? No, that's analyzing Sir Jim Ratcliffe's body language. We don't need that. Um, Club employed 175K a year body language consultant. That's what that was. 175K. 175,000 a year for a body language coach. I mean, you know, what does that do? Yeah, this is from Sky Sports. Manchester United previously employed a body language coach, a revelation made by Sir Jim Ratcliffe as part of a cost-cutting measure. The coach was on a salary of 175,000 per year, and he revealed this expenditure during a series of interviews. So, yeah, I mean, there's probably all. So psychotherapist and MH coach are different. Yeah, I mean, and it wasn't like an in club. It wasn't like a club employee either. Like they weren't necessarily like they weren't like this person wasn't part of the staff at Manchester United. Like they weren't like at Carrington. This was like outsourced or something like that. Like it was like third party or something. So it was like from some sort of company or whatever, or private practice or something like that. Um, I mean, there's probably all sorts of things like that, little things here and there. I know people don't like the penny pinching, but like again, like you know, I kind of accumulated a little bit to like if you're severely overweight or severely obese and you're not healthy and you're not necessarily taking care of yourself, like every calorie does matter. Like if you cut a little bit of calories, like your health will slowly improve over time. um you know, so that's how I kind of view United was sort of operating. Like we were heavily overweight and over bloated, and there's probably some unnecessary positions there with some unnecessary people that maybe aren't really contributing to the club. um you know, so yeah, I mean, we have sports psychologists at the club. Like we have slotted positions for them. This like they're part of they're part of the club. um Sounds a bit like Tom Cruise from Magnolia. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I mean, let's see. Um, Again, you know, I understand people don't necessarily maybe like Sir Jim Ratcliffe, but I just don't think Sir Jim Ratcliffe really. I don't think Sir Jim Ratcliffe just walked into Manchester United and decided to be like the bad guy and just be like, you know, I want to ruin people's lives or something like that and sack them. Um, yeah, I mean, it's a useless. I mean, I don't think other clubs really have body language people. And that, you know, that was just one thing that he said. I mean, if we got a list of everything that's necessarily being removed, um, I think we would find some extraordinarily obscene sort of positions being money spent on that really aren't needed for a football club to operate in a proper way. So, um, it's not even a linguist, mind you. Oh, but this is what I'm saying. So, like, we don't actually know, right? Like, I mean, we just get fed the information that we can kind of get fed. But, like, I mean, they're inside. They can see all these kind of ridiculous things that are going on at the club. And they have better access to really all the financials. So, I mean, there's nothing really else. That's why it's kind of my stance. Like, the proof will be in the pudding as time goes on. Like, you know, maybe some of these things don't seem practical or logical, or maybe they're not something that people might necessarily feel like unnecessary. But, you know, the proof will be in the pudding 3 to 4 years down the line or whatever. I mean, like, at some point we'll know like if it was correct, if it made sense, and if it actually made a difference or not, and what impact it actually necessarily had on the club, whether it was good or bad, whether it was right or wrong. Um, so you know, like we will see what happens out of this, and we will see if these sorts of changes and these cuts and these sort of measures will have a positive impact um, for the club going down the line. They certainly believe that it will. Um, and I don't, you know, we don't really have. There's nothing we could really do about it other than just play it out and see what comes from it. So, um, yeah. Do you guys want to talk about anything else before we get out of here? You got any questions for me? I mean, we could talk, I guess, a little bit about the match um, on Sunday. We're not going to stream tomorrow, so we're going to have a day off, and then we'll come back. We'll come back for the Red Devil recap on Brentford. You have a serious question? Go ahead, shoot away. Shoot away. I'll just do a little bit of overview for the Brentford match. Obviously, we're playing away, so Brentford's home. Brentford has no losses in 4. And there's really no other sort of streaks going on between Brentford and United. But head-to-head wise, we have no losses in 4 matches versus Brentford. So that's kind of a good streak for us. Brentford have had no clean sheet in 4 matches. The last time we went head to head, but we've also had no clean sheet in 3 matches. So probably going to be a goal on both sides coming. There's also been over 2.5 goals in 6 out of the 8 times that we've played Brentford. 6 out of the 8 last times. Might not be directly in a row, but 6 out of the 8 last times. There's been over 2 goals scored, so that kind of goes hand in hand with the clean sheets. So probably going to be a goal at least from each side, and we'll see how that goes. Brentford have scored first on us 4 out of the 5 times, which is not a good statistic because again we've been sort of a rut in conceding the first goal and puts us in a bad position. So we need to I think again challenge for United that I'm looking for is, number one, don't concede the first goal at all, but certainly, go 20-25 minutes, see if you could get without making a bad mistake and giving up the first goal and go from there. Last 8 matches head to head, we have beaten Brentford 5 times. We've drawn twice, and Brentford has beat us 1 time. So we actually have a favorable and good record against Brentford. And yeah, hopefully we can beat them. I mean, yeah, hopefully we can beat them. And get that. What are you guys saying? X says, how are we going to take the club back from the Glazers? We're not. We're not. We are not. Not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, X. Not gonna happen. Not right now, anyway. I mean, maybe a circumstance presents itself at a certain time and presents itself an opportunity, but yeah, with the way things are and the way things have gone, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. So Lindelof says, can we please Lion says, can we please adjust Lindelof 5.5 rating yesterday? That kept me up all night. I don't want to question your judgment, but I do. I mean, no, but it's it's my rating. It's not necessarily our rating. And that's why I say you guys can give him the score you want. I gave him the score that I felt like. Even Ugarte, I gave him the same rating. Because I felt like the job that he did as a midfielder, like Ugarte technically got 2 assists. So you can score him higher. But I just felt like the job that they did, it wasn't super confident. It just didn't inspire me. I felt like they were weak links for a lot of the match in the team. But I said I'd be a little bit nice, and I gave them 6s and not 5.5. So, I mean, but Lindelof had the block that stopped us a goal. I mean, if you want to give him higher for that, you can. I just felt like for most of the match, I just felt like it was too shaky at times. I felt like they made a couple mistakes, and I felt like something bigger, like a big mistake, and it didn't necessarily happen. And the game sort of changed away from it, but I felt like something really big in terms of a bad mistake was going to come from one of Ugarte or Lindelof. So I felt like they could have put out a stronger performance. They weren't awful, and Ugarte did get 2 assists, and Lindelof played decent. I just think that when I compare it to Maz's performance, or Maguire, or Euro, or Cass, or Bruno, I think these players performed better and higher and gave more to the team and in the game. So, um, no, it's fine. I know you were joking. I'm just saying. That's how I felt about it. That's just how I felt about it. I think they could have put in a more complete performance over the course of the match. But it's still average. It's not like I gave them a 4. I not like I said that they were like just dog crap or anything like that. I just felt like they could have been more stronger. And I felt like that that if something sort of mistake was going to come from them, it was from kind of those two, and even a little bit of Dorgu. I wasn't necessarily happy with too much with Dorgu either. Felt like at times he was getting caught out of position quite high. He left his teammates in the back kind of exposed. Wasn't doing the tracking back that I've seen him do it already. So no, I mean I changed it. I don't think it was fair to give him a 5.5. I think 6 was the more fair. I mean, people can call me crazy because I think there's some people out there that they gave Ugarte a higher score for the fact that he got 2 assists, and that's very good. But when it comes to my midfielders, I tend to be very quite harsh because I think they must do a lot of things, and it's important for them to have um like a strong display, the kind of like the spine of the team, and they need to be doing like they need to have a big stamp on the game, like Cass did. You have to have like a very strong presence. I think Ugarte did well in some moments, and he did well to get his head on the ball. He did well, you know, and I guess that counts as an assist. But I mean, I don't know if he was trying to header it in and it just went that way and it went to Cass, whatever it is. You want, like, it's an assist, it's an assist. And he did well for the flick on for Bruno and stuff like that. But I think in that game specifically, as a midfielder, um, I just think he needed a little bit more presence, and he needed to be a little bit more it needed to show a little bit more conviction in some of the things, like, small interchangeable passes. Didn't seem so confident in it. They were trying to do like one touch give and go passes between him and Bruno, and maybe him and a couple other players. He lost the ball a little bit too much there. And I think he can do better in those areas. I'm not saying he doesn't have to be like no, he doesn't have to be slotting the ball from behind the midfield line through 6 players and cutting open the opposition. I don't expect him to do that, but I think little things wise. Um, Retaining more of the possession a little bit better in tighter spaces when there's more pressure on you, showing a little bit more strength in those areas. I think he could do that. Yeah, and that was my thing. So, again, but I protect Ugarte because I like Ugarte, and I don't accept sort of these fans that hate on him because he's not playing ball. He doesn't play balls like Paul Scholes, and over the top. I mean, that's just not who he was as a player. It's not what we necessarily bought him for. And if people were expecting that he was that kind of a player, then they clearly didn't do their homework on him. And we're expecting to get some sort of player that obviously doesn't play like that. So it's not actually fair to him. I mean, it's not his real strong suit in terms of making passes like Scholes. That's not what he's there for. But I think in terms of playing in tighter spaces and showing some more strength, ball retention and stuff like that, I think he could have Yeah, little bulldog. I mean, and that's why I think he could have done a little bit better. I think he was frustrating me a bit. He was too. I think he was a little sloppy at times, and he was too weak at times. And he wasn't as quick. He wasn't fast enough at times. So where I don't normally say that about him. And I haven't really said that about him this season in many games. So Lyle says, yeah, for real, the atmosphere of the night, the tie, and the fans and the gorgeous stadium got the players for that first minutes. Glad they navigated well. Ugarte doesn't create so yeah, I mean, that's not what we bought him for. Maybe we're using him a bit different now, and maybe we have to kind of develop it a bit different. But obviously, he was bought for one system playing in a different way. The only thing that works is that he was part of Ruben's system previously, and he's played in this system and played that football as well. So maybe there's a slight adjustment, but we obviously bought him for. Originally, it was for one system and one different sort of, I guess, style of play. Um, so it's going to be a bit of a change anyway. So yeah, he's just not that guy, but he has qualities that you can provide for different matches and different sort of game plans and tactical outputs. Again, I think, um, especially right now, as much as I love Kobe, I'd rather have Pass and Ugarte starting in the midfield. I feel like it's stronger, and I feel like it's better for us. I feel like when we happen to switch between, if it's just one of Cass and or Ugarte and somebody else back there, I feel like it's not the same. Um, Defensively or ball retention wise, I feel like we get a little bit more exposed, because we're still getting a little bit exposed. But I feel like when we don't have them together, and I think they are the strongest defensive sort of unit in the midfield that you can pair together. I think when we don't have them, I feel like our team is more exposed. And I think it doesn't go necessarily quite well. I think when we've put them together, we've actually done pretty good. So, um, Dorgo 0 successful crosses from the 3 he attempted. I think this kid is going to be great, but I do hope he's working on that. Well, yeah, I mean, but it could kind of go both ways because um it also depends on the positioning of our players in the box as well. I know, like, maybe part of your job as when you are crossing is because I used to do it. So you gotta, find somebody in there. But also, your team can help you by, number one, having more options available in the box and also positioning themselves better in the box. So instead of hiding behind one of the center backs, if you make sure that you're getting in front of the center back, um, maybe you'll be able to get to the ball. So yeah, obviously I think he's still quite young, and he needs to improve on his crosses being made. It's good that he is trying to get them in there. They're not necessarily per se coming off because they're not being completed. But I think, again, I think it goes both ways. He obviously needs to improve because he's quite young, and there's obviously always room for improvement at that young age. But also, I think our team sometimes needs to do better positioning wise and getting open and making options available for some of their teammates. I talked about it yesterday as well. Like at some point, like, there was a couple points in time when we had the ball where, like, Cass or Ugarte gave the ball to Garnacho. Garnacho's on the right hand side. He's literally on the touch line. His back is to the touch line. He's got nowhere to go. If this is the line, he's literally here. His heels are on the end of the touch line. He's got a player here, Atlético player here, Atlético player here, and Atlético player here. Right? So he's got 3 people. 2 are basically coming to press. Behind him, whoever was on this side, centre back, Lindelof, he's marked, or maybe it was Maz, that was back because he was the wing back. Maz was marked, right? Cass got sucked behind one of the midfielders, and there's nobody down here. There's nobody down here. So he has no option. Like, he just got a ball under pressure, nowhere to go, and there's no available option for him to quickly move the ball and make a move. And then we lose the ball. They got to do that a bit better as well. I think a lot of times some of the spacing and some of the movement, they need to make sure, like, you know, it's got to be pre-planned a little bit more. Like, you need to know, like in that situation for me, whoever gave him that ball as the midfielder, whoever it was, Agarte or Casemiro, like, when they gave him that ball, they should have been able to scan, like, he's going to be in trouble. So instead of me coming backwards, I got to make the run this way and pull one of these two players, maybe make a space, make an opening, and have somebody else move into the space that he just dropped back into. So Dorgu just needs to look up more and work on getting past the first defender, and then he will be fine. Better positioning from our players will also help him. Yeah, Dorgu is quick to want to cross, so it's his timing just needs to adjusting. Yeah, I think he does a little bit of cross and pray. You know, I think I think it's a good mentality that he wants to get those crosses in, and he does well to kind of get forward and get into the attacking aspect. But I think sometimes he kind of just does a little bit of cross and pray, where he just goes sort of, you know, F it, just kick the ball into the box and let's see what happens. And sometimes that works, but also, you know, you kind of want to be sort of calculated with the cross. You know, when I used to do it, playing as winger, you know, you want to pick out a target, and you want to put the ball into a space where you sort of, I don't know, you sort of identify, like, all right, my teammate's here. There's the defender there. If I put the ball in this spot for him, he should be able to make this run and get into the ball. It's away from the defender. It's easier for him to get the ball. And this is the space I should kick it into. And you kind of, and you just aim for that. And hopefully your teammate reads it well. And then is also able to get to it. So, Steph is here as well. It says, good evening, Eric's experienced experts. I like it. And she also says that we have 16 likes, which is very good because I didn't know how many likes we got up to. What do we do with Delo next year? I actually do rate him, but he is very frustrating. Why? Why? Frustrating? Why or how? Because I think I think there's nothing to really do with Delo other than use him, and have them compete, for positions. You know, I don't necessarily know what Ruben's plan is to I guess start next season and how he's going to go about it. I believe, I mean, at the current moment, he seems that he kind of wanted to, I mean, before, you know, the injury to Ahmad, it seemed like he kind of wanted to balance it with one actual defender wing back and then one winger playing wing back. So, I don't know if he's going to continue with that. I don't know if he's going to go with more attacking. You know, I don't know. Maybe he switches it up based on who we're playing, and the kind of tactics they play. Maybe, you know, to be in one or two matches, we use players like Delo and Dorgu, and then maybe he puts Ahmad and you know, somebody else there that's a winger. Is he a wing back? I think he is. I think he is. I actually think he plays I actually think he plays the role quite all right. Quite good. I have actually no problems with how he plays the wingback position. I think he fits there quite well. You know, I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I think that's what he originally was anyway in the beginning. Um, when we bought him, I mean, from Porto, he was kind of playing that. And I know it's been years now, and he was younger and he sort of developed more as a right back instead of a wing back. But when we originally bought him, he was technically a right wing back. Like he was very attacking. He was scoring some goals at Porto, and he was actually quite good at that aspect. And I think he's sort of retained that. Um, but you know, there was sort of this gap in years of him performing there or whatever, or in that way. So I actually think it's more natural for him to actually kind of play that way. Um, and not for nothing, like you know, I know that who was on TNT yesterday? Was it Robbie Savage that was doing the commentary as well? I mean, he said that he thinks that Maz is better because at wingback than Delo, because he said that Maz is better at defending. But I mean, I don't think Delo is necessarily bad at defending. I would say that Maz is probably better than Delo in terms of defending, because again, we mentioned how Maz is sort of this guy that even if he gets taken out of the play and he gets beaten, he seems to have this sort of recovery where he puts himself back in a position to get the ball back, to get a touch, to get a touch back on the ball, which I think, you know, Delo doesn't necessarily have that. But at the same time, if we're playing wing backs and the wing backs are supposed to be generally more attacking, you know, then I don't think it's necessarily a problem for Delo. I don't think Delo necessarily has to be better than Maz at wingback. I think they offer a little bit different styles in two different ways. I think they both play it good. I think Ahmad is a third option. And I think that's just generally good for the team. And I think whoever plays the position the best and performs the best, they're the one that gets to take the starting position. And that's how I see it. Steph says Delo, like all United players this season, has saved his best form for Europe. Uh, Steph says Maz has arguably been our best signing, most consistent performer, played 52 games already. He has played a lot, and he rightfully, we're not going to play him on Sunday because he does need a break. And he needs a rest. And we got to make sure that he stays fit because he has been, like you said, Steph, arguably been our best signing and most consistent player this season. And we don't want to lose him under any circumstances. So I'd rather not have him play against Brentford because he doesn't need to, and I'd rather have him available for the end of the season and hopefully, you know, for the final of the Europa League. And I hope he has a big impact in the match. You know, I like Maz, great utility player, plays every position this year to a high standard. Yeah, I mean he even played number 10 at one point. So you know, I think we should just. I mean, he's such a great utility player. I think we should just not spend any money on a striker, and we'll just play Moss striker, um, and have him banging some goals. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. But he is. I mean, he is great, sort of utility wise. I think he could even play sort of defensive mid. Um, You know, I think he could even play defensive mid if we really need him to. Which is why, again, this is what I'm saying. Like, it's important that we get sort of these multi-positional players. It's super beneficial to, you know, not just the manager, but just the team dynamic. It it helps you with when injuries come up, and it helps you with tactics, and it helps you with game plan, and uh, it, it is very, very important, and actually it just makes you a lot more dynamic, which is and flexible, which is actually I think it's highly underrated, and I think it's highly overlooked. Um, and yeah, we need as many players that can do these sorts of things. That's why I think like Ahmad is sort of an important player, because I think he can do two positions. Maz can obviously do 2+. Luke can even do 2+. You know, Maguire seems to want to play every position, whether it's right wing or striker or center back. Apparently, he could play every position now as well. So um, and got an assist when he played number 10. I don't know if he did. I don't know if he did. I remember. I mean, he might have. You might be right. I might be wrong. I don't know. I don't remember if he did get an assist. I remember that he played 10, and I remember everybody saying, "Yeah, let's never do that again," because it didn't go well. That's what I remember. I don't know. I literally can't remember if he did. I just remember it wasn't necessarily, I guess, pretty to watch. And I remember the general sentiment after the match was, let's never do that again, and let's play the guy, in the positions that he should probably be playing, and not that, So I don't know. If he did get an assist, then good for him. But then if he did get an assist, I don't understand how you can how it could go so bad that people say never play him there again, but then he managed to get an assist. That's why I'm kind of thinking he didn't, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I would love Dumfries. He just scored a bicycle, but he scored 2 goals, right? And one of them was a bike. But he didn't have. But didn't he have a few big injuries recently? I don't know. I think he does have some injuries here and there. And maybe that's not the best buy. Steph says United can't play the ball out from the back. Period. I hope Leach returns fit next season to solve this problem, either in the back three or in the front of the back, like he did for Ajax. Surprised we haven't tried it. Well, I think he can do it. I think Leach can do it, and I think Leach is important in that aspect. I also think Lenny will be able to do it better. I think Lenny sort of does it, but again, I think Lenny, he just needs more time to develop that sort of aspect to his game. Still young kid, and it's his first season. I think Lenny will grow on that a little bit more. Maguire likes to do it. The problem with Maguire is that, again, he's still a bit slow. So he can do it sometimes, and sometimes he gets away with it, but sometimes it becomes quite dangerous because if there's a pacey player involved and he doesn't get rid of it quick enough, he will get caught in possession, or he will be pressured into making a mistake. And if you're running up with the ball as a center back and you give that ball directly to the opponent, that's very dangerous and very bad. And, we can't have that. So sometimes Maguire does it, but sometimes it doesn't work well because, again, one of the things that he can never change is that he can get outpaced in certain, periods or aspects or something like that. So, yeah, Heaven is decent on it too. I think the thing with it, Steph, is I think we just need to add 1 or 2 mixes back there, and I think we can do it. But I think it takes more time in sort of familiarity in it. I don't think it's something that we necessarily feel comfortable doing it because. Not because we're used to it. I think it's the speed in which we do it. I think we need to be able to do it faster. And I still think passing out of the back, I think we still think too much when we're doing it. It doesn't look natural. It doesn't look necessarily natural when we're doing it. It looks a bit forced. It looks like we're still sort of, it's not instinctive. We're still sort of thinking about it, and when we're thinking about it, in a game of football, seconds, whether it's 2, 3, or 4 seconds, those things matter. If you're kicking the ball at 1 second and you're kicking the ball at 4 seconds, those differences matter. You can move the ball a lot quicker. You can get out of the tight presses, and especially the teams that are very quick and press the ball very, very good. It's very important to be. I mean, when you watch Barca, sort of do it when I was watching that match. You know, because they've been doing it for so long, and it's more natural, and maybe they have some players that are better suited to it. I mean, it's almost like they literally can do it with their eyes closed. Like if the ball is given to somebody, they can literally shut their eyes and kick the ball, and do it immediately, and they know where it's gonna go, and you know it's just set up properly. With us, when I watch it, it's like sometimes we do okay, and we do a decent job, but we're like, I don't know how to explain it. Sometimes we're like a little bit just too slow, and we're not as confident, and we get sort of caught on the ball. And then other times, you know, we have like 3 or 4 players, but it's just like ping, 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 and we're out. And it's like, there you go. Like, do more of that. Do more of that. Like, that's what I want to see. Because, like, that's what we need. But they don't seem to be able to do it consistently. And it sort of feels like it's just not, again, it's not something that comes, it's not really natural. It's not instinctive. It's something that we're sort of still learning, and we're sort of still taking time to think about, and in a sense, maybe we're sort of forcing it. So maybe with a little bit more time, they'll get a little bit more used to it, and maybe a personnel change, 1 or 2, maybe will make it better as well. So Rajat says you're not done talking. No, I mean, I could do a 6-hour stream. I could do a 10-hour stream. I could do a 24-hour stream. I have no problem. Talking is one of my things that I have absolutely no problem with. I think some people, maybe that's why they don't necessarily like for me. They say I talk too much. Not you guys, but like in real life. Yeah. Steph says Heaven is decent on the ball too. Yeah, he is, and he sort of has that. Question for you guys. Actually, I'll ask you guys this. My father said to me last time he rates Heaven more than Euro. He says that Heaven is better than Euro. And he thinks that Heaven is going to be a better player than Euro. And he actually thinks that Heaven has better qualities than Euro right now. And he was like, you know, because he was like, we paid a lot for Euro. And he's not saying Euro's bad. He's just saying that he thinks that Euro is already better. He thinks Heaven is already better than Euro, and that Heaven is going to be a better player than Euro. They can still both be very good players, but he just believes that Heaven has better abilities already, and a better potential than Euro is. And he was like, you know, Heaven we got for next to nothing, and Euro we spent 50 million on. So yeah, Amir is here as well. It says dominate the Europa League this season, still unbeaten. Absolutely. We are still unbeaten, and we should keep it that way, because if we stay unbeaten for the next 2 matches, that means that we've won the trophy, and we'll be in Champions League, and we'll have more money. And we should get better signings as well. So yeah, shout out Amir as well. Lion says we definitely need to bring in someone that can replace Elicha when he's out. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think we're a bit unlucky, the fact that we have, or had at one point, like 3 center backs out, in the fact that like Delit, Heaven, and Martinez all went. But considering the fact that Lindelof is going and Evans is going, even though Evans doesn't really play, but like and Lindelof does kind of play. I that's why I kind of feel like, and I've been saying for a few shows that it still feels like to me that we could do with maybe 1 center back, somebody, maybe Jonathan Tah, like we talked about earlier, that can sort of do that role as well. It'll help just in case if Leacha does get injured. I hope he doesn't, and I hope he's not, actually injury prone, because that's an issue. That's a different issue. But even certainly for a replacement, maybe you argue that, Heaven is the replacement for Evans. Very fine, out with the old and in with the new. Um, and he sort of takes that spot. And then there's also Fredrickson. So who knows? Because he had a very good game last time, and maybe he gets another opportunity for this match in Brentford. And maybe he's one that we can bring in, and maybe we just go young, and we don't even need necessarily an actual another player, but maybe somebody. If you want to say that we need to certainly maybe get a bit more experienced and maybe a stronger replacement for Lindelof, because he is a seasoned and experienced player to a certain extent. Um, and maybe we get somebody that has those sorts of qualities as well. Lion says, I still think Euro is the more complete defender. I'm not saying he is a complete article, but for their age, I feel Euro is slightly further. Well, that's interesting. We've only seen Heaven for 2 matches or so. Yeah, I mean, I know, I know, and that was kind of my thing, because he said that, and I take like, I listen to his opinion and I take what he says, right? And I respect it, because he's been watching and the game longer than me, and he's also coached at a certain level, and you know um I respect it. But I that's how I kind of felt as well. I was like, he was very good, and he showed some exceptional qualities, but I was like, at the same time, like, he only kind of played like two or three matches, so um I got to see how he does it over a longer period. And also, I kind of feel like there's the aspect that, like, Lenny lived in France, and was playing French football, and obviously Heaven is English and came up playing English football, so um maybe there's that sort of adjustment period as well. For Lenny, maybe it's a little bit less smooth for him, in that sort of sense. But I think with the way that they both look, I mean, you're talking about Lenny at 19 and Heaven at 18. Um I mean, if they're both what people feel like they're supposed to be, like, we could have one of the best partnerships at center back for the next 10, 15 years, if they both develop into what they're supposed to be, because really, they're next up. At a certain point, like, they, if they're that good and they develop that good as players, it's their sort of mantle to take over. I mean, you could have Heaven and Euro playing together, kind of being the new sort of, maybe like Rio and Vidic type partnership. I'm not saying that they're gonna be exactly like them, but I'm just saying a strong partnership, strong, successful sort of partnership back there, or maybe even like, like a Saliba and Gabriel, like at Arsenal. Um, so yeah, it could be very, very well. But the main point is that we were very lucky to have these two massive talents at a club, exactly, and the fact that these players chose United, exactly, and that could be a possibility. And then I very much like Fredrickson last time. You know what I mean? I very much liked his performance. I liked the qualities he showed. He was very confident, very strong, um, and he played very bravely. And he took me by quite surprise, because again, I don't watch the youth, but to the way he, like, the way he handled himself on the pitch, was, it gave me a similar feeling to Kobe Manu when I saw him for the first time playing in the starting 11 for the main team. Um, he showed real composure, and he showed real strong character. And just the way he was like playing the game, he seemed like it wasn't his first time. You know, sometimes these players come on and they seem a little bit shaky. That's why I'm not necessarily sold on Ethan Wheatley. Uh, you know, I'm not here to discredit him and throw him away. But I'm just saying some people have mentioned Wheatley at one point, but from when I seen Wheatley play, I just it's not this he didn't give me that same sort of um confidence that I got from when I seen Manu and from when I seen this kid and even Amat in the performances that they put in. They just seem to like grasp the opportunity a lot stronger and really um just just put out sort of a strong confident showing. So but yeah, they had lots of choices but they wanted United. Yeah, I mean, you know, it still happens. It still happens. A massive club, and we have a very excellent history. So, will they next year go to win the FA Cup double? I don't know. I mean, we got to try and win basically everything, right? We gotta shoot for the highest possible sort of, you know, possibilities. You know, if we do it or not is another thing, but I mean, we should be starting next season with the aspirations of trying to win every single thing that we possibly can. That you get the best possible finishing that you're capable of at the time, you know. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's too early to kind of take a feeling of what we do next year. We got to go to the transfer window first. We got to see sort of how the team is shaping up. We got to get into the preseason, see how the team is looking and how it's playing, and you know who's looking good, and get sort of a sense of the feeling of the squad. And then you know we go from there. So, Lion says our academy is the strongest it's been in years. It does feel like that. It's a very exciting times to be a United fan. It does feel like that the academy is doing much better. And that things are improving in that aspect. So and you know what? They actually do quite well. I mean, even the fact that like, you know, against other academy teams, like they're dominating. I mean, they're you know, they're outperforming. Like they're winning the under 21 leagues and stuff like that. They're winning cups. They're outperforming um basically every other sort of academy out there when they play against them. And you know it shows. So access to go. Well, we'll see you later. And we'll be back live Sunday after the match act. So hopefully we get a win. And we'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah. Yeah, I think we're doing much better. And what we need to do is we need to get a better sort of platform for them to go from the academy to the first team that's more stable with a good environment to continue to develop and grow better. So, um, Rajat says do more refrigerator live streams. I found their one or two phone live streams to be very funny. Well, you know, it was an emergency. And we shouldn't be doing that. I got in trouble for that. I got yelled at because somebody saw it and they were telling me that I'm lucky that I didn't break the refrigerator. And that, you know, how can you do that because it's not your refrigerator. And I had to explain. I panicked. My bad. You know, I was trying to do a show and the phone was going to explode. So you know, I didn't know what to do. But we will try and do some other type of streams when we do those, when I do go on vacation. One of the things that I didn't was bothersome was I couldn't understand why I was trying to. So I didn't know about this, but I found out. But YouTube, when you do it on your phone, is quite stupid. you have to start with the phone like this. If you start the live stream and the phone is like this, you literally can't switch the phone this way. It won't, because I want it to be widescreen. I don't want to be like this and have the black bars. I think it looks gross. It just doesn't look good. So I wanted it to be full screen, you know. And I didn't know that at the time, and then I found out later on that, like, yeah, when you go to do the live stream, you have to have the phone like this and then hit live stream. Otherwise, it won't put it in the full aspect ratio. You're not able to turn it during the live stream, so that's quite annoying. But maybe we'll see. I think I can do, depending on the situation. um I'll do some more at the house for sure when I go on vacation, but also maybe I'll pop up with one or two sort of live streams from the street, and maybe I'll get some of my my friends or people, and get sort of an opinion from them to be on have a say as well. So might be some surprise live streams coming live from the street and whatnot. Tourist live stream. Well, I mean, it wouldn't go for like the channel, but unless we make it like United based. But no, I mean, I have United friends over there, so I can go up to them and sort of go up while I'm live streaming, and sort of give them a microphone, or use my microphone, and and um and ask them questions about United, and ask them what they get, and it'll sort of be like an on the street type of thing, talking about United and stuff like that. So yeah. Yo, Axe, have a good night. Oh yeah, yeah. Where's live stream? Show us more. Well, I'll show you a little bit if I'm in the street and stuff. It depends the situations though, because number one, during the day it's quite hot outside, so that's an issue. It's usually very, very hot. Usually a couple heat waves, so that's an issue right off the bat. And then also, I'll usually be at the beach a lot for most of the day. Or it won't necessarily be particularly a good. I'll be running around too much, so I won't be able to like necessarily sit in one spot and do a live stream, and the coverage could be quite spotty. So most likely I'll do them at home, and they'll be sort of later in the day. Um, and maybe they're shorter, but we'll keep up with them. They might only be 45 minutes or something like that, but we'll do more than I did obviously last year. Last year we only did two. Well, we did two or three. They didn't go well, but yeah, I tried to do them off the laptop and stuff like that. It didn't work. So, um, maybe I could do a couple. I think that's an awesome idea. And interviewing the local United well, I know a bunch of them there that live there, that they are United fans. So, if there's ever a place or a time when we're kind of just hanging out in one spot, and we're not like, because what happens is usually we're bouncing all over the place, right? We'll be in one spot for like an hour or two, then we're gonna go here, then we gotta go there, so it's not really ideal. And also, like, I'm in the car, and maybe I'm with like my one friend or something like that, or we're going to like somewhere that we're doing something that I can't necessarily stream from. But if there's ever like a night where we're just kind of like hanging out in the square or stuff, and nothing's really going on, and there's a couple of them, I can go live, and I can kind of go and ask them, especially if something happens, like for example, if we sign a player, maybe like the day after, I can go up to one or two of them and be like, we signed this player, what do you think about him, how you feeling, let them give the response, and then kind of do that. So we'll see. These are all thoughts and ideas and possibilities. But We got to see how things transpire. They're not, it's not 100%. It's situational based. So, yeah. I would like to do something where it's pre-recorded, but due to the fact that I'll have um sort of limited access to um like my computer and stuff like that, like I won't really have the sort of technology to kind of, I think, piece together something where I can sort of do some sort of a pre-record where maybe it's like 10, 15, 20 minutes and kind of stitch a bunch of stuff together and put it out and make it sort of United based, um sort of like how other channels do it when they go on tour, like when they come to the US this year again. They'll do a couple fan interviews. They'll take a couple shots of, like, wherever they are, whether it's New York or whatever, a little bit of a montage, and then they get some access to the players and stuff like that. Like, I could do something like that as well. Not obviously to the same extent, because I don't have access to the players and the players aren't going to be in Malta, but I could kind of do something where it's like United based, where I've gotten a lot of opinions and thoughts from my friends and fellow United fans over there, cut them up, splice them together. And maybe what I can do is I can get all that footage and then release it when I actually come back at the end and stitch it together and kind of put it as like, um, sort of like a little trip montage for that. So, the Red Devil experience on the road. Yeah. I mean, we could try. We could certainly try it again. I hope that the connection is sustainable and doesn't like disconnect the live many times and stuff like that. I mean, there's a lot of things that can go wrong as well, so we got to see. But yeah. Season 1 coming soon. Do you think the Glazers like yes man manager coach? Don't you think Glazers like yes man manager coach? I think the Glazers don't have a clue um about a lot of things. I don't think the Glazers, like, for example, like, I don't think Ruben Amorim has spoken to the Glazers. I don't think he's met the Glazers. I don't think Ruben Amorim has had a one interaction with the Glazers. I don't think Eric Ten Hag probably had um sort of one interaction with the Glazers, other than the fact that maybe they showed up for the FA Cup final and they were there. I don't think that they're very I don't think that they're I don't they don't care. They don't care, and they don't take the time out of the day, and they live here. They don't live in the UK. They're not flying out to the UK to they're not calling Ruben Amorim or anything like that. So I really do think, like, obviously, because they own it, it's their fault. But like I was trying to say before, like, these guys, they don't give a shit in any manner. Like, all they did was hire a CEO and tell the CEO, make us money. And they had no clue, like, that the CEO was clueless in football. I mean, they're clueless when it comes to the sport as well. So I don't think they don't care. Um, they don't care because they don't even pay attention to really what's going on. I think whether it's a yes man or not a yes man, um, they're not really having any contact with the manager. It's not something that they give a shit about. They just want to. All they care about is retaining their asset and making the club more profitable for them and making more money. And how can they continue to raise the value of Manchester United so that one day maybe they get paid 10 billion for it, or hand it down to their kids that it's valued at 10 billion. I don't know, some shit like that. So Lions, just sounds like you're thinking about a mini documentary. Yeah, it could be something like that. Could be something like that. I mean, why not? We'll see. Maybe I'll take especially because I'm gonna be quite honest. When the season starts, I'll still be there. Most likely. the beginning of the season, because the season's gonna start what in August, late August, right? I'll technically kind of like this year, right? I think I came back after the second match of the Premier League. So when they go on preseason, I'll be there. There's gonna be the preseason matches. Um, if we can, we'll watch them. Sometimes they're at bad times because they're doing them here in America and over there 6 hours ahead. So sometimes they're too late and they'll be at like 3 o'clock in the morning or something. I'll watch it myself, but it's not the same. Sometimes they have the games on in some local places and stuff like that. Do Maltans. We are Maltese. Do Maltese like Italian international team, or how good is Malta football team? Are they nice? No, we are not very good. We are we are an island of 600,000 people. And our football is not. It's barely professional. So yeah, we're not very good. Our international team is not very good. And the country is sort of split. Obviously, we support our own national team, but that can only go so far because we barely ever win a match, and we're never in. We do the qualifications, but we never actually get into the tournaments, so we never participate in the World Cup or the Euro. We do the qualifications and we never advance. So we're never in the latter stages or the more serious stages. And then the country gets split up quite a lot because obviously, since we don't get past qualification, most of the country, or basically, I mean, all of the country ends up supporting some other type of country. So the way it usually goes is it's based on the historic roots of the country. There are some people that support Italy and support the Italian national team. The other ones hate Italy and hate the Italian national team. And then the more popular one as well is that we support England and we support the UK because we were a British colony at one point as well. And many of us support English Premier League teams such as United or Liverpool or Arsenal. So the country gets, there's the occasional sort of Brazil fan or Argentina fan. I think there's not as many of them, but there's some of them there. But the two main popular ones that we really go for, I think, is the Italians, because it's split like that anyway. You got some. There's a lot of people that are fans of the Prem there, the Premier League, and they're either United, Liverpool, or Arsenal fans. Really, there's some Chelsea fans there as well, but it's mostly United and Liverpool, which is why our sponsorship is Visit Malta. We have a big kind of thing with them there. And then the other half, they're very into Serie A Italian football. So you have people that are fans of Inter Milan, AC Milan. Those really are two like the biggest ones. I've never really met like a Napoli fan or something. They if they support it, if they support the Serie A teams, they're either Juventus, Inter Milan, or AC Milan. So it's quite diverse. Quite diverse. Malta is semi-pro, right? Uh yeah, something like that. I believe so. I mean, they say it's professional. I don't know how professional. Maybe it's professional for the country, but I think it's considered more semi-pro. Because I don't think they make enough money. For me, professional like means that you make enough money where that's your full time job. I don't think they do. I think most of them, they work a job and they play football. So, I mean, there's a couple players like there's Teddy Tuma, who plays in he was playing in League One with RC Lens or something like that. He's one of the guys that has gotten pretty far. We had a guy named MUFC as well who used to play in the championship. Um, I'm actually wearing the shirt from my hometown. You can't read this because it's backwards, but it says Nadur Youngsters, established in 1958. This is the club crest. Oh, it has a hole in it because of the green screen. But yeah, the sponsorship, and we got Puma. Um, so yeah, that's from my hometown. So, um, well, they also say Scotland is professional. So, well, I think Scotland is probably more professional. Um, that's an awesome shirt. Yeah. It's got my name on the back of it. Number 7. Number 7, because we got number 7. That's a nice shirt though. Clean. Yeah, I like it. I like it. This was from a couple years ago. And I don't know who necessarily does like the design, but I know my cousin actually he printed it. So I don't know if he came up with the design for it as well, like how it goes, like with the crest and all that. But my cousin that lives over there, he actually has a business where he actually does printing. So for example, like he printed this on the shirt, he printed this, he printed the logo, the sponsorship on it, and he also does like the player names and stuff on the back, and the numbers. So that's part of his business. So, um, what do you do to keep it so white? Don't wear it a lot. Don't wear it a lot. Don't wear it a lot. And when you do wear it, make sure that it depends what you're doing. For example, what I tend to do is I'll wear it at night, and depends what I'm doing and where I'm going. Like, I won't wear it during the day because again, very hot. I'm gonna get very sweaty, and I'm gonna ruin the thing with sweat stains because it's just impossible. And it happens. And that's how you ruin nice white clothes. Also, if you do happen to wear it while you are sweating and it's white, best thing that I found that you can do is at least throw it in the sink of water and just kind of let it sit there. Maybe put a little bit of soap on it. Even if you're not necessarily going to wash it in the washing machine, just kind of get sort of the sweat dispersed out of the thing. Also, I think the fabric helps because it's like it's a different type of fabric. Um, it's a little bit different than like what United use. It's made out of a different fabric, so only wear it after one's had, yeah, after a shower at night where it's like a little bit cooler. Maybe like you're being more relaxed. Like if you go and play football in it, and it's during the day, you're gonna get really sweaty. You're gonna stain it, or you have more potential to stain it and stuff like that. So, yeah, I don't wear it a lot because I want to preserve it and I want to keep it good. And I also, yeah, I just try to do things like that. So, Andero says, "Hi guys, Malta's FIFA ranking is 169th, and the league is a professional league." Well, they are called, it is called Malta Professional League, Maltese Professional League. It just depends on how you rate it as professional, I guess. They do get paid. Um, they do get paid, and I don't know. I don't know if it's. I mean, maybe for over there, it's enough to earn a wage. I mean, like a living, and live off of it. But yeah. Yeah. Thanks for that, Andero. Appreciate it. But yeah, our FIFA ranking is 169th. Yeah. I mean, what do you expect from a country with 600,000 people? I mean, we do our best. The one time we had to play Portugal, I was dying laughing because I was thinking, and I was like, I wish I could get on the national team just for one game so I could go play against Cristiano Ronaldo so that I could say I played against Ronaldo. That was absolutely hilarious to me. I was like, dude, imagine just being like kind of a regular person and they throw you on the pitch and they're telling you got to go play against Portugal and Cristiano. And I would have just loved it. 160 better than 70. I mean, technically, yes. But yeah, that time that we played Portugal, I was dying laughing. I was like, dude, imagine they called me up. I had to go play against Ronaldo today. I was like, that would be awesome. But then also, I'd be scared because I'm like, we're gonna get fucking embarrassed. We're gonna get embarrassed. We're gonna get embarrassed. I was like, dude, he's gonna fight. He's gonna destroy us. He's gonna, imagine trying to fucking play against Ronaldo. And you got to defend him. Like he's just gonna do a rainbow over me and shoot the ball from midfield and score a fucking banger. He's gonna score 3 hat tricks tonight. Um, so yeah, that was what was the best result Malta's had, if you know. Actually, I don't know, but I don't think it could be anything crazy. Um, let's see. The best result we ever had was on March 26th, 2008, where we beat Liechtenstein 7-1. That's our greatest, and it was in a friendly as well. So it didn't even necessarily count in terms of like, for competitive, like it wasn't for like a qualification game or anything like that. It was literally in a friendly. um, yeah, it was in a friendly. Our heaviest defeat. I was told about this one time. Our heaviest defeat was something crazy. Where was I reading that? Uh, I don't know when. Our heaviest defeat was December 12th in 1983 versus Spain, and we lost 12-1 to Spain. We lost 12-1, and I think there was something about that, like Spain and Netherlands were like they were like tied on points or something for qualification, and we were the last match that had to play Spain, and Spain needed about 12 goals to advance on goal difference or something like that. And I think the Netherlands like hated it. I don't know if it's true. Somebody told me that one time. At like because we gave up 11 goal difference, Spain was able to qualify on goal difference and knocked out the Netherlands. Um, because they were basically level on points, but the Netherlands had like a gap of like, I don't know, 8, 9, or 10 goals or something like that. And we conceded, you know, we gave up a goal difference of 11 and the Netherlands got knocked out and they didn't go into the latter stages. And I think they were pissed at us because they're like, bro, how do you give up like 12? I don't know. I wasn't there. You know, it was in 1983. So I wasn't around for the circumstances. So, um, but yeah, yeah. I mean, our record, um, from what I'm seeing, is we've played total 453 matches. We have 64 wins, 75 draws, and 314 losses. We have 289 goals for and 1009 goals against. So World Cup qualifiers, we have a record of 114 played. We've won 3 matches, drawn 12, and lost 99. We have goals for 42 and goals against 333. We have a winning percentage of 7.9%. In European Championship qualifiers, we've played 120. We've won 4, drawn 14, and lost 102. We have 54 goals for and 335 goals against. So, yeah, I mean, listen, the Nations League, which is sort of new, right? We're actually doing much better in terms of that. We've played 20 matches, we've won 6, we've drawn 7, and we've lost 7. We have 20 goals for and 26 goals against, with a winning percentage of 47.5. So we're technically, that's pretty amazing for us considering the other records and the history of it. So um yeah, I don't know. Um yeah, this is just check the average salary for professional players around 20,000 per year. Let that sink in. Yeah, I mean the wages over there aren't I mean things aren't quite expensive. I mean 20,000 you might be able to do, you might be able to live off of it, depending on the circumstances. If you have your own house and stuff like that, which some people do, some people don't. And sometimes they have something on the side anyway. A lot of people that they work 2 jobs. I think, for example, I think my cousin, she has a very good job. I think she makes about 30,000, 35,000 a year. And that's enough to sort of just have, a decent living. You have a house and you have a car, and you're good. You can kind of just enjoy your life. You could go out to eat restaurants, you can go to some parties, you can have some things in your house like, a good TV and whatever, internet and stuff like that. You're not rich, but like you live in a you live in a relaxed life. Like you're not worrying about your next paycheck or anything. It's not like they're like, like what are we gonna do till the next paycheck? But yeah, I mean it's how expensive is Malta? I'm telling you, it's not that expensive. I mean, if you have money saved, or you have like for example, like you, Lyle, I think with probably the money that you make from your job, and the fact that you can kind of do it from anywhere, so it doesn't really matter where you are, right? If you're doing independent jobs, for people across maybe sort of Europe or whatever, and you're sort of charging your own fee, I think you'd probably be able to live there very comfortably. Obviously, I don't know how much you actually make, and I don't, you know what I'm saying, but I'm saying just like pretty much if you can make decent money for where you live, at the current place, if you take that same money and go over there, you'll be more than good. You'll literally live a nice life. Like you should be able to afford to have a place to stay, and you should be able to have a car, and you should be able to, go out and do things, and just afford a nice living, really. The problem is the money locally. I mean, because things are, right, most things are cheap except for outside products like TVs, electronics, maybe some clothing. Those things are imported, so they're kind of more expensive. But in terms of like standard of living, like the cars are decently cheap depending on what car you get. Insurance isn't really that high, but it might be high for somebody that's maybe local. And even like food and stuff like that. Again, you can get a whole pizza for about €7. So like in America, to get a whole pizza, it's about $25. But we also, I mean, in New York at least, then you make more money here, but everything costs more. So, 12-1, not bad. Gave them a game. I mean, we tried. Yeah, average grace. Ronaldo gets that after a couple of hours of stretching. That's United for. A footballer's wage is low paid compared to ordinary jobs. The average wage in Malta is just over 21,000 per year. Management positions just over 35,000. Yeah, something like that. So is the Maltese currency euro? Yes, we used to have our own currency, which was called the Maltese lira. But then because we weren't part of the European Union, then we joined the European Union, and when we joined the European Union, we converted to euros and got rid of our own money, which is quite debatable. for some people, because some people say it was good, and some people say we should have kept their own currency while still joining sort of the European Union. But I guess I don't know if they would allow us to do that. Um, so there's always a little bit of back and forth, sort of like a Brexit sort of thing, I guess, in a similar way, where they weren't too happy with the whole European Union and they kind of still kept the British pounds, or at least they went back to the pounds. I don't know how that really unfolded. So um, it is just converted to pound sterling as I'm in the UK. Uh, yeah, yeah. We had our own sort of. It was called the lira. Um, it was its own thing, and now it's just euros. So kind of makes it easier in a certain sense, because like, if you're going from like Malta to Germany or France or Italy, um, you don't have to convert the money anymore. It's your money, so you could just use it wherever you go. It makes it easier for me when I'm traveling, so that like I don't have to convert twice, because I have American dollars. I have to stop in some sort of a European country, whether that be Germany, France, Spain, Italy, or even the UK. Um, and obviously today's a little bit different. You could use a credit card, I guess, or something. But like when you're in the airport, like when I leave from here, I already have euros. So like for example, when I fly to Italy, like if I'm hungry, I just go somewhere and it's already in euros. And then I'm like, okay, I'm good. So like before, you kind of had to, you would have to you would have to carry a little bit of euros, and then you have your money that you're going to spend in Malta. So it was like a little bit of both. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I'm just trying to think, how long is the flight? So the trip that I just took recently, flight from New York to, I went to where'd I go? Munich. I went to Munich, I believe. That took about, I think it took about 7 hours, something like that. 7 hours, 7.5 hours. So, and then I got to get a connecting flight. So, so 7.5 hours, something like that. Then I'm in Munich. They have the layover, which is usually anywhere from 1.5 to, you try to get it to 4 5 hours, depending on what they got available as options. You do the layover, and then you fly. I flew from Munich um to Malta, which is about, I think it's about 3 hours. So in total, flying time, it takes about 10, 11, 12 hours. It depends where you fly, because obviously, if I fly from here to the UK, from the UK to Malta is a little bit further than maybe Germany, because it's a little bit more inside. And if you fly from here to Italy, it's a little bit longer from the initial flight, but then from Italy to Malta is about like only an hour and a half. So, yeah, it's anywhere from like 10 to 12 hours. But then on the way back, it's a little bit longer. It's like an hour or two longer, because you're flying. I don't know what that is. You're flying against the rotation of the Earth, or like the wind patterns, or something like that. Whatever they say it is, or maybe you take a longer route because of the flights. It's always an hour or two longer on the way back. When I fly from there to here, it's like an hour or two longer flight wise, which is quite annoying, because I hate leaving, and I don't want to necessarily leave. And then when I leave, I'm like, well, now I was like, now this trip takes longer. I'm already very annoyed, because I gotta come back here when I don't want to, per se. And I'd rather just sometimes I wish I could just teleport. It doesn't bother me on the way there. When I go there, like when I leave from here to go there, um I don't know. Like I guess I enjoyed the experience a little bit more. Maybe because like I don't know what that is. It's a mental thing for sure. It's yeah. On the way back, I get very like I'm like I wish there was just like a teleportation device that would just teleport me back to my house. But when I leave from here to go there, even though like I'm really excited to get there, um, I'm less, I guess, agitated or bothered. So I just am more relaxed about the trip, and I'm just like, yeah, I'll get there eventually. No, no problem. I was like, we'll be there soon. I'll take a nice long sleep on the plane. No big deal. When I wake up, the trip's pretty much over. Get something to eat in the airport, a little bit of waiting time, and once I get on the second plane, we're basically there already. So, but yeah, I don't know. I find it funny. I get really agitated on the way back. Like I'm like I can't stand the trip back. But on the way from here to there, I just it's fine. I kick my feet up, watch a couple movies, and I'm really relaxed about it. So home trip marks the end of the holiday. Yeah, I guess that's probably why. I guess it's probably just a mood thing. I'm not really necessarily in the best of mood, so maybe I have like less patience to deal with that sort of shit. But you would think that like I would have I would have the same feeling. You think I would be like, because I'm so excited to get there and I want to get there, that I'd feel like I wish I had a teleportation device to just get there. But I usually generally sort of enjoy the trip over there anyway. The only thing that I hate is going through the airport security here, because it sucks and it's a pain in the ass, and there's always too many people, and I hate standing and waiting in line. Um, I have no problem sitting at waiting in the airport when I'm able to kind of sit at like a seat or something and kind of just like do my own thing. But when they stuff me in a line with like 1,000 plus people, and the line is moving super slow, and I gotta stand there in this sort of crowd, and I'm just like, hurry up, get me through the security so I could go like hang out in a corner or something, and just mind my own business. Yeah, I hate that part too, because the airport security in America. Well, I only really know about New York, but it's just it's kind of nonsensical. I mean, they make us take off our shoes. Like they think we're gonna have like bombs in our shoes, or something like that. Um, and it's just yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like I feel like if somebody had bomb in the shoe, or something, I feel like you guys would be able to detect that with the other like 8 security measures we have. Like, I still have to go through an electronic scanner. Um, I don't really know. So it is what it is. I hate the travel aspect of traveling. But sometimes it's quite good because, like, for example, like the one that I just took in February, super cool. When I left, when I was leaving Germany, we actually flew over. What mountains do they have there? Do they have the Alps or something? Over there. Um, did they? What they got over there? Yeah, I think we flew over the Alps. And it was like that was the first time I actually. I mean, like I know I wasn't like on it, but like the fact that we were like above it and we flew directly over them, it was the first time that I seen with my actual eyes, like kind of in person, like mountains like that and covered in snow, and just like the landscape of it, and it was really cool. It was amazing. I was kind of wishing like we can just land the plane for a second so that I could get out and go take a couple pictures at the mountain, but I took one from up above. And it was just to kind of see with your eyes, like in person from up above like that. I never really witnessed that sort of thing. I never seen something like that. So that was beautiful, and it was amazing. And it was cool. It was cool to see. So that was cool little thing. Because I saw them and I was like, I hope we kind of fly over the mountain. But then my brain was doing this thing, and I was like, Well, I hope the plane is okay, because I was like, you don't want the plane to go down in the mountains, like in a TV show or or in like a movie or something. I was like, because I was like, we'll be lost, and there's nothing there. You know what I mean? There's nothing. It's just mountains, like snow and fucking mountains. So like, um, like, like, I want to fly over it because it's cool. But like, I hope the plane is okay when we do this. But obviously, the Lion says, I don't know where one would keep a bomb usually, but a shoe doesn't seem comfortable. Well, apparently they tried it one time, Lyle. Lions. Apparently they tried it one time. Apparently they modified a shoe. And I don't know how they did it, but apparently it had something to do with like cutting the bottom of the sole. And they put something in there that was supposed to, I guess, explode or something, and they caught them or some shit like that. And yeah, it didn't go with the plan, but apparently they tried it. I think if you Google it, you'll probably be able to find some stories about it. Apparently they tried it one time or a couple times. I don't think it went to according to plan, but yeah, apparently. But I think from that time to now, I think technology has advanced quite a lot, and I think like they can reform and make it smoother, quicker, more efficiently, while still keeping it safe. I think they can do that. One of the things that happened to me as well, by the way, was that so in the summer when I was coming back, because I have dual citizenship. I have American passport, and I have a European passport because I'm a dual citizen. I'm American citizen, but I'm also Maltese citizen. So I have both passports. And I know technically you're not really supposed to travel with two documents, but I do it just in case. Because sometimes I might need the identification of the Maltese passport to do something in Malta, like acquire some sort of a document or something. So I bring it with me. And I tried to kind of cheat the system when I went there, because when I flew from Malta to Italy, I used the European passport because it allows me to go quickly through. I don't have to wait for the whole thing. It's easy access. You scan the thing, you walk through, and you're good. So I did that, right? When I left Malta to there, and then when I got to Italy, I went to go to the connecting flight, and when I went to go scan the ticket at the desk, it got marked as red. And the Italian lady started yelling at me, and she's like, "Do you have like American documentation?" And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I have American passport." And she's like, "So why didn't you use this?" I was like, "I don't know." I was like, "Because I used the European one from when I left here." I was like, "If as long as I use one, I wasn't trying to switch." So she's like, "No, you need to use the American one because you're going to America." And I'm like, "All right, all right." So this time, when I went in February and I came back, um, I traveled actually from Malta to Amsterdam. I went to Amsterdam to say hi to Eric Ten Hag real quick, make sure he was okay. But no, I'm joking. I went to Amsterdam, and so I'm thinking last time I'm like, okay, got to use the American one because I'm in Europe, but I'm taking an American. I'm flying to America on my next plane, which is my connecting flight, so I got to use the American passport. So I get to the kind of the checkpoint area. I give this young dude, I think he was the same age as me, but he was airport security. I scan the passport, American passport. It checks out, opens the gate for me. Then there's a guy there that double checks the thing. So I hand him the American passport. He looks at it and he goes, "Do you have another form of documentation?" I go, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Do you have another passport?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I have a European one." But I was like, I was like, "I have a connecting flight. I'm going back to America. I'm American." And he's like, "Well, let me see the other one." So I hand him the other one. He looks at it, checks it off, and goes, "Yeah, next time," he's like, "use the European one when you're in Europe." And I'm like, last time I did that, I got in trouble and I got screamed at by an old Italian lady. And I was like, now I'm getting in trouble by some young Dutch guy telling me that I should have used the other passport. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, I'm just trying to abide by the rules and the laws. Like, come on. Like, I don't know. So now I'm confused for the next time I go. I don't know what. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna try. I'm just gonna try, I guess. So, but yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to do the right thing, and this is what happens to me. Sometimes I try to do the right thing, and somehow I still end up getting in trouble. So, I don't fucking know. This happened to me like all my life. I make a decision to do something because I'm like trying to follow the rules, and then I get yelled at because apparently it's the wrong decision and I shouldn't have done that. I should have done it the other way. And I get in trouble for it either way. Constantly happens to me, even at work. Sometimes I do something because I feel like that's what I should do, and then my boss yells at me, says, "Why the fuck are you doing this?" And I'm like, well, listen, it might have been the wrong choice, but understand I had good intentions behind it. I did it because I was trying to do the most helpful decision, and I'm like, now I could see that maybe that was the wrong choice, but understand I had good intentions behind it. I didn't, I wasn't doing it to purposely be, unproductive or something like that. Depends on what day of the week it is. European for Monday, Friday for USA at the weekends. apparently it depends. I mean, I told him because I was like, yo, not for. I told him at that moment. I was like, yo, listen. I was just trying to do what I was supposed to do. I was like, last time when I went to Italy, the lady yelled at me and my ticket didn't work because I used a European passport to go back to America, and they said that I needed to use an American document. So I was like, I kind of thought the same situation was gonna happen. So I was trying to avoid all that, and I was like, that's why I used my American passport. But I was like, I mean, you still let me through. So I guess it worked in a way, and I didn't have a problem with the ticket. So I was like, maybe he was just being a dick because, yeah, maybe he was just being a dick because maybe he wasn't so happy that I was American. I guess, with the things that are going on politically, just, I don't know. I mean, he let me through, right? He let me through, so clearly it wasn't an issue, really. Maybe he was just fucking with me. He was just fucking with me because he's in a position of power, and they could kind of do that, I don't know. I mean, he seemed all right, chill, but like, I don't know. But maybe I'll see him again because actually, I'm going back to Amsterdam. So maybe I'll see him again, and if I see him again, I'll hand him the European one, and then he'll be happy, right? You could have said that it's still you on both, but they know that. But technically, you're not supposed to travel with two passports. I believe it's illegal in some sort of way, which I don't really know why. Because I mean, I never really understood that. Like, it's not like they're fake. Like, I'm a citizen of both countries. I legally have two legal documents that are accurate. It's not like I have like. It's not like they're fake passports. It's not like I have like 5 passports and they're from like, one's from like Nigeria or something or whatever, or from Australia, like where I'm clearly not a citizen. I am a rightful citizen to both countries. I was born here. And I have the right to be a citizen from over there because of my parents. So have one in each hand. I feel like that will get me arrested. I feel like that would get me in trouble. Like, if I give them one and they ask for the other, listen, they asked for it and I tried. If I walk up to them with both passports and I'm just like, here you go, pick whichever one you want, I think they'll be like, yeah, what are you doing? Like, you're not supposed to do that. I don't really get it though. That would be hilarious. But no, my hope is, because I'm going back when I go back in June, I'm going to Amsterdam. I'm stopping in Amsterdam yet again. So my hope is that when I go through the checkpoint, I hope he's working that day, and I hope he's there, so that I can give him the European passport when I get there, and then I'll tell him are you happy now? Like, here's my European. I'm using the European passport in Europe. Uh, that would be amazing. I don't know if he's gonna be there, but I'll remember him. He was a young guy, and he seemed very normally Dutched. He had either it was like orange hair or blondish hair, and he had blue eyes. So, and he had a beard. But he was like, I think he was like my age. He was fairly young. So I I'll remember if I see him, I'll remember him for sure. Uh, you could bamboozle him and get yourself in Australia. Well, if he was to remember, I would if I see him, I will make him remember because I'll tell him. I'll be like, here's the passport, the European one. I was like, remember back in February? I was like, you asked me for the American one and you told me to use the European when I'm in Europe. I was like, I remembered, so here's the European one. And then maybe he'll remember me. I doubt he'll remember me right off the bat like that because he deals with thousands and thousands of people every day. It's probably hard for him to remember, but I remember him for sure. So um but yeah, this was fun, and it was random, and it's been 4 hours. So we should probably get out of here, and I think it's time to go night night for some of you, even though it's Friday night, or it could be Saturday already for some of you because it's quite late. But I need to go do a couple things as well. Anyway, so um, like eat dinner and yeah, and do a couple things. So um we will get out of here. So going to Europe, you use your European one, and leaving Europe, you use your American one. Yeah, I mean, so usually what I do is I go to the airport here, and because I'm leaving America and I'm going to Europe, I use the European one because America, the United States, they don't give a shit when you leave, right? They don't care. So like if I give them the European one, they don't care. Like, because I'm exiting the country. Like they don't care. It's not a big deal. They just it's a normality. It's not like they're gonna scrutinize you more or whatever because you're leaving the country. And since I'm entering Europe, it's better and easier for me because I don't have to go into the non-EU citizen line, which is takes fucking could take an hour or whatever. So I usually just use the European one anyway. The problem is when I'm coming back to America, because America has strict laws about people entering their country. And even if I'm an American citizen, um, apparently, if you don't show some type of an American passport or something, they won't let you get on the flight. They wanted they impose that law in the other countries, like and the airlines heavily strictly, like they won't let you get on the plane, so you have to show them that. So I'll catch you all later. It's 12:30 a.m. here. Yeah, let's see you on Sunday. I mean, I'm gonna get out of here too, but I just wanted to answer that. And leaving Europe, you use the American one. Yeah, I mean technically, because that's what they kind of demand. I mean, for example, like if I leave and I don't have the American passport, and no matter what country I go to, like if I go to Germany or Italy or Amsterdam or whatever, um, when I go to board the flight from that country to come back here, if I don't have the American passport, they won't let me board the plane because they'll ask me for some sort of um, documentation that proves I am a citizen. Um, and I think if you, I think, because I don't have like a return flight or anything like that, and I think if you're, I don't know how it works because I'm not, from, I'm a citizen here, so I think if you're from outside and you're going to be a tourist, you might have to get some sort of a special, I guess, kind of document that says that you're, going there as a tourist or something, so that they verify that. And if you don't have something to present, they won't let you board the plane. Um, so yeah. Uh, I don't know. It's a pain in the ass, but Yeah, let's get out of here. Everybody have a good night. Whoever's still here, watching. There's a few of you. I don't know who, but you guys are probably just listening. We turned into like podcast mode, which is fine, and I really don't care. But yeah, shout out to everybody that was involved in the chat. So do you need a visa to get into Europe? No, nope. I'm a European. I'm a European citizen. I'm a European citizen. I have a European passport. So I don't need that. I don't need that. I am a citizen of Malta, which is part of the European Union, and they're a European country. So I don't need I don't need a visa. Um, but yeah, we'll catch you all on Sunday after the match, live for the Red Devil recap. We'll do that, and we'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll do a double on Sunday. Is highly unlikely because I think I got some things I got to do. But maybe depending on the news or whatever. If not, we'll obviously just do the Red Devil recap, and then we'll most likely go live Monday or Tuesday, one of those 2 days. So we'll see how it goes from there. So everybody have a good night. Thank you guys for the support. Thank you for the love. Thank you to everybody that smashed the like button. Thank you to all the guys that got involved in the chat, and thank you for all the people that hang out here for 4 hours and stuff like that. That's also cool. Maybe we'll start doing maybe a Twitch type of thing, and maybe I could do some sort of like podcast type of just general talk, and we'll kind of switch conversations over there, and we'll have 2 different sorts of channels. Maybe we could do that, and we'll just discuss more general life things over there. That'd be cool. So yeah, but everybody have a good night, and we'll catch you later. Be good. Enjoy. And thank you guys. And if you want to get in the comments after I end this, then do that, and it helps the channel. So it's been great. Lyle does it every time. He's been sort of the only one the past couple times. But yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Be good.